Welcome to Boulder City City Council meeting. We appreciate everyone being here. Madam City Clerk, posting and roll call, please.
Thank you. The agenda was posted in conformance with Nevada open meeting law, and all members of council are present.
Thank you. If everyone would rise with us for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Hermano Rudy of the Boulder City Seventh-day Adventist Church will offer it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council, for having me here this afternoon. Let's bow our heads. Our gracious Heavenly Father, thank you for this day of life that you've given us. Thank you for this meeting where we can come together as a community and express plans and discussions to see this beautiful community flourish. Father, I ask you for your Spirit to be with each man and woman here, with each plan, and may the outcome always be what is best for the city of Boulder City. Bless each of the families here represented, and thank you so much again, Father, for this opportunity. In your name, Jesus, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. If you join us with the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. I do not have any public announcements that I'm aware of, and so we will go to public comment, and this is the order that we will do it in. First of all, the first public comment time period is reserved for items that are on the agenda, and those matters that are related to the agenda. Each person has up to 5 minutes to speak on a specific agenda item. Thank you, Pastor. We don't recognize you moving already. Thank you. So anybody who is here in the chambers would be invited to come up first, and then we will move to people who are phoning in, and then we will move to those who have recorded their message, and then we will back up to the people who are here that would like to still say something, but they are getting their courage up. So anybody who is here right now in chambers who would like to come up and give public comment on anything in the agenda, you're welcome to come up. Those who are phoning will call 702-589-9629. And that again is 702-589-9629. And seeing no one in the chambers that wants to rush up right now, we will go to the phone line.
Mayor and Council, while we're waiting, I'll just let you know that our timer is officially working again. So I'm going to try really hard to remember to actually turn it on.
Okay.
Public comment?
Yes, I'm prepared to make public comment, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Council. For the record, Fred Volz. Regarding items 2, 3, and 4 on the consent agenda, why are public funds being given to stage parties? Shouldn't the sponsoring organizations staging the parties foot the bill? The city's taxpayers are already providing the location and maintenance staff at no charge, unlike the pavilion rentals at Veterans Memorial Park, where a charge is assessed to the public paying for the parks. Agenda item 6 presents several concerns. While it is a happy surprise that Toll Brothers will pay more than the appraisal, the use of this one-time payment needs to be directed elsewhere. Since the city has close to $13 million for a replacement pool, let's direct the sale proceeds toward reducing the tens of millions of dollars of capital projects benefiting more people and chronically unfunded from year to year. With the existing diverted monies, build a single pool in keeping with the size of Boulder City. There is still a large funding gap for the proposed excessive pool complex that will not be solved either by this land sale or the second siphoning of capital improvement funds being asked of voters this year. How will the funding gap be closed since the guesstimate by last year's consultant is not a commitment to build and does not reflect inflation's eroding effect? The schematic for project ingress and egress shows that Bristlecone will be inadequate in its current width to handle traffic generated both by the existing densely populated neighborhood to the immediate east of Bristlecone and 122 new residences. What is the plan for improving Bristlecone's capacity? Will there be new traffic signals both at Buchanan and Adams to handle the new traffic volumes? Rather than rushing to sign a contract, it appears community development and Toll Brothers need to sort through the development issues first that go well beyond adequate site drainage. What is before the council today for approval fails to address these material issues. As for the agenda item 13, the Parks and Recreation proposal to downgrade the manager position to an analyst makes good business sense. On the other hand, adding a deputy city manager for a city of under 15,000 people makes no sense. The coordination necessary between a deputy and a city manager will diminish productivity. The simple solution is to divide the administrative services duties between the HR administrator and the finance director without adding a new deputy city manager position. Regarding the assistant fire chief, our small department never needed this position, particularly after several administrative personnel were added by the recently departed fire chief. Rather than inflate management, let's have more people doing actual field work to serve the city's residents and businesses. Finally, it's worth noting in the finance director's monthly report schedules that the unrestricted funds in all the utility accounts now surpass $40 million and are growing month to month. An explanation needs to be provided to the public why utility rates should continue to rise each year when the enterprise utility funds appear to be more than ample to run these municipal systems and utility capital projects have had other funds placed in reserve. And I would ask that these comments be added to the record verbatim. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else on the phone? Okay. Inasmuch as no one else is on the phone, we will move to the recording, those who have had their message recorded.
I'm going to read the few public comments before we get started on the recorded public comments. We had a few more come in after that. The first public comment was submitted by Lois Merkler. I am very much opposed to agenda item 16. We fought this battle and had many community discussions about the perils of naturally occurring asbestos several years ago, which was then swept under the rug. ATVs riding through the desert and then shedding all of their dust down our streets is a very bad idea. The latency period of asbestosis and other mesothelioma-type illnesses is 30-plus years. Please vote no. Next comment was submitted by Lonnie Munson. As far as the off-road vehicles on city streets, this has already been voted down by the residents. Why are we back at this issue again? Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Next comment was submitted by Mary Ralph. In regard to regular business item 10, discuss and provide direction regarding a possible text amendment allowing off-highway vehicles to reach a private or public area that is open for use by off-highway vehicles as authorized by state law and requested by Councilmember Fox. I am against this action. We live on Bronco Road and have a large number of off-road vehicles going past our homes at all times of the day, especially on the weekend trying to access the desert off Roan Drive. The traffic is loud, obnoxious, and sometimes are driven by young, unlicensed youth who seem to not understand cross-traffic laws and precautions. I ask the council to vote against this amendment. Thank you for the opportunity. Next comment was submitted by Ainsworth Hunt. Dear Mayor and City Council, this is in opposition to any consideration of agenda item 16. Off-highway vehicles have no business on the streets of Boulder City. We live in a naturally occurring asbestos area. Boulder City is dusty enough without exacerbating the problem. Tracking asbestos from the nearby desert onto city streets will do exactly that. It is hard to understand why Matt Fox is so keen on this. The following is quoted from a message he sent through Facebook. OHVs must be registered and street legal with lights, horns, signals, just like a regular car. Drivers must be licensed and passengers under 16 must have a helmet. Only legal on-roadway to go from house to the desert and gas station. Nevada Way from Buchanan to downhill will be prohibited. Not all areas in town will be OHV allowed. Not looking to have OHVs just roaming around town. Designated areas to enter the desert. The problem with this is that it is not possible for UHVs to be registered as street vehicles in Nevada. The only way that can be done is to register them in another state. In order to register a UTV as a regular street legal vehicle through Nevada DMV, it needs to fit Nevada's definition of a street legal vehicle and pass a Nevada motor vehicle inspection. Nevada's laws do not allow for this. The designation for off-highway use is usually indicated in ownership documents, the owner's manual, or by a U.S. DOT label attached to the frame of the vehicle. Only two-wheeled vehicles may be converted to on-road use. Other OHVs may not. Matt Road, only legal on roadway from house to desert and gas station. Since Nevada prohibits OHVs from traveling on interstate highways, 93 is an interstate highway. Very few gas stations would be available to the OHVs. Who benefits from this? Very few. It won't bring new business into Boulder City. If allowed, it will create additional noise, congestion, and airborne asbestos. It will add burdens to the local police and possibly other first responders. Please remember what the public response was to a recent referendum wherein a similar proposal was soundly rejected by the public, and do the bidding of the majority of your constituents. Do not allow off-highway vehicles on Boulder City roads. And now we're ready for the pre-recorded written messages that were submitted.
The following public comments were submitted by Kai Rasmussen and Bart Copps. I am in favor of OHVs being legal to go from home to desert and gas station. Prohibited on Nevada Way from Buchanan to downtown. Must be registered and insured and have turn signals, horns, and lights. We don't want OHVs roaming around town. Driver must be licensed. Passenger must be 16 and under and wear a helmet. Thank you. The next comment was submitted by Kayla Atkinson. Hi, I'm just emailing to express my support for OHVs to be legal to drive to and from the owner's home to go to the desert and to the gas stations, obviously with the proper equipment, i.e. horns, turn signals, lights, etc. Thank you. Tara Bertoli. Hello, I am in favor of OHVs being legal to go from home to desert and gas stations. I also think they should be able to park in public parking as well. People who partake in the leisure sport and are typically well off, well-mannered, and have heavy pockets. It would be a great for destination rides and make Boulder City more appealing for visits. I think they should be prohibited on Nevada Way from Elms to Arizona Street. This would give them access to any additional gas stations. Yes, must be registered, insured, and have turn signals, horns, and lights. Yes, driver must be licensed. Yes, passengers 16 and under must wear a helmet. I am hopeful this passes at the City Council meeting. Thank you. Jason Bolden. My name is Jason Bolden, and I am a resident of Boulder City. I am the owner of a Razor and operate the Razor with a high level of safety and regard to my family, my community, and our desert environment. I would greatly appreciate the ability to leave my home and access the trails surrounding Boulder City. I have many friends in Henderson, and they would love the opportunity to visit our town, grab lunch, get gas, and other amenities, as well as join other families in the fun of off-roading. We are a very respectful group of riders and believe that having our vehicles properly equipped and legal on the streets of Boulder City would benefit the town and our riders. Family time is extremely important in this crazy world, now more than ever. We respectfully ask that Boulder City partner with us and many other riders to foster the family unit. Having our vehicles legal opens the door for families to pack up and spend time together. Trailering the vehicle is not always an option for some families, and having them legal on the street to access trails opens the door for many riders. We understand and completely support the rules and regulations that would accompany the passing of this proposal. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter. Jennifer Bolden. Hello, and thank you for taking the time to read this email. I currently live in Boulder City and own a Razor. While I can certainly understand the concerns of some of the citizens, I believe with the proper rules and regulations, we can all exist with OHVs being operated legally on our streets. The primary desire of OHV owners is to be able to get from our homes to the beautiful trails surrounding us, as well as the ability to access amenities and primary gas stations. It would be beneficial to our businesses to allow residents and our friends just over the hill to visit our community and boost our economy. I fully support placing safety rules and regulations on the use of these vehicles, and I believe that we all feel the rules are necessary. There are many small towns that have demonstrated the ability of their residents to all peacefully coexist with OHVs operated on their streets. Logandale would be a prime example. Their city benefits from the many OHV operators that come to enjoy all the beauty they have to offer while respecting the city's rules and regulations. I believe we can use their model or any other model that is currently successful to create that environment here in Boulder City. We are a family town, so please allow us the opportunity to utilize the streets to further foster our family time with good old-fashioned fun in the dirt. Have a blessed day. Jason Larson. I recently moved to another home in Boulder City, closer to the desert. Although I do not have a OHV at the moment, I plan to get one and would like to be able to go from my home to the desert, less than a mile, without the threat or worry that I may violate a Boulder City ordinance. It would be extremely helpful for myself and others in similar circumstances if we could legally, doesn't the NRS already allow for this, travel from our home to the desert. OHVs could be prohibited from traveling on Nevada Way in the main section of town. Obviously, vehicles would need to be registered, insured, etc., so they are street legal and only driven by someone who is licensed, hoping for a reasonable compromise. Best regards. Katie Parrish. Hello. As a member of the community of Boulder City, I would like to express my want for off-roading vehicles, razors, to become a street legal. We would adhere to all rules and treat them as our vehicles. We live one street away from the desert and wish to leave our driveway to go ride. As long as everyone follows road rules, I see this enriching our lifestyle even more. Thank you. Martin Stroh. Attention to all Boulder City Council members. Hello. I am writing to you regarding the authorization of side-by-side recreational vehicles for limited street use. I am asking the council to consider such request. The recreational side-by-side has been around for about 20 years, preceding by more work-oriented vehicles used primarily at ranches and farms. Before that, the best description would probably be a golf cart. The recreational side-by-side was gained in popularity, particularly in the last 5 or 6 years, with significant measurable growth in each of these years. Boulder City offers many areas open for these vehicles for enjoying our outdoors. Sometimes a short drive on paved city streets to reach off-highway areas is tolerated by police powers. Many times we need to load the vehicle onto a trailer is necessary for folks with greater distance to travel. I request for council to approve some sort of limited street use, such as getting gas, supplies, or getting to off areas. Would benefit many owners of side-by-sides in Boulder City. A concern could be that some folks may misbehave. This is possible, but the overwhelming majority would be respectful and law-abiding. I offer the driving behavior of other vehicles on our street today as a foundation. Drivers of cars, trucks, and motorcycles who act inappropriately are subject to police contact. These same protocols would exist for side-by-sides. Get a citation, get a fine. Repeat offenders would be subject to the same protocols established for the privileges of driving. In closing, I offer the fact that several states and cities have implemented side-by-sides limited use regulations. Arizona and Utah have extensive allowances for side-by-sides. They are not allowed on highways, but are typically allowed on surface streets with speed limits of 45 miles per hour or less. And of course, minimum vehicle requirements would be necessary, such as turn signals, horns, etc. On behalf of many side-by-side owners, I thank you for considering the request. Kind regards. Linda Stevens. Dear Council, I and my entire family are absolutely in favor of OHVs being legal here in Boulder City, including golf carts as well. This town is a perfect small town with adventure surrounding us, with certain rules and regulations in place. I'm puzzled as to why this hasn't happened already. I know one main reason is people's lack of even knowing what OHVs are. Search them up and inform yourself on how safe these OHVs actually are. Most are safer than your own vehicle. Many small towns allow them, which are very similar to our town. We have loads of motorized trails around us. Many things the city itself can implement, such as Boulder City registration fee. Even if out-of-state OHVs come through town, it can also be implemented that they need to pay for a day pass for Boulder City registration and must show your insurance and registration to receive your sticker for the window, just like the locals would be doing to get their pass. Basically, just like a day pass to go down to the lake. So with having a Boulder City OHV registration fee, along with regular registration, insurance, plus street legal requirements such as headlights and turn signals, seatbelt law stays in place. You could even say helmets are required once you enter the desert. Many ways to do this and make it work, rather than turning the other way because it may not be something you are into. Many other right here in this town are, and many of them already drive them from their home to the desert or gas station. Let's capitalize on that and implement what the townspeople want. Our town is small, it's absolutely doable. Thank you so much. Valerie Richmond. I'm absolutely opposed to allowing off-road vehicles on city streets. Boulder City residents voted against that proposal a few years ago. Matt Fox is a tool for the ORV community. Hopefully, he loses his seat on the city council in the upcoming election. Gabriella Woolrich. Hello. My name is Gabriella Woolrich, and I'm writing this about the legalization for OHV vehicles in Boulder City. I live in Boulder City and own a Razor. I think it would be super beneficial for the city to legalize them because it would be great not only for the Boulder City economy, but also the town. Allowing OHVs to be driven on the street gives residents, as well as friends of those residents, to legally drive to the desert and get gas from the nearest gas station. The city of Boulder City owns 208 square miles of terrain. Only a little bit of that contains homes, and the other part is desert trails. I do believe operating an OHV on a road should require someone who has a driver's license and knows the rules of the road, meaning this won't cause any problems of others on the road dealing with safety and well-being of others. Thank you for your time.
Anyone on the phone? We will come back to chambers. Anyone who would like to come forward and say anything relating to something that's on the agenda, more than welcome to do so. Come right up here. You have 5 minutes. State your name and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Stacy Holbrook. I moved to Boulder City about 20 years ago. I have 3 kids here. The OHV is something that's new to us. We started off-roading just around COVID when everything kind of shut down. It was a way to get out of the house. Honestly, it was probably the best thing that brought my family together. My kids aren't playing video games. We drive out to the middle of the desert, Keyhole Canyon, Burrow Wash. My kids get out there, they play football. They play in the mud. They like to get dirty and they like to have fun. But more than that, I've gotten my 18, my 13-year-old, and my 22-year-old to spend time together. So it's difficult to have to put everything up on a trailer, take it out to the gas station, fill up with gas, and then take it out to the middle of the desert, unload everything, and then load it again at the end of the night. I don't know if you see, I'm not very tall, and I don't sit very well in a truck, so trying to pull a trailer into a gas station, I have not had great luck. So I know that I have tried a couple times and literally pulled right back out, went home, and I was so frustrated because I could not fill the tanks with gas. So being able to take the side-by-sides to the gas station rather than loading my Expedition up with fuel tanks and trying to lug them. I don't know if you've ever tried to lift a 5-gallon gasoline, but it's not easy. And fill my gas tank is very, very, very difficult. So it limits how much we can go riding with my kids. So having this pass where we can just go from house to desert, desert to gas station, we don't ride around town. We're not loud. We're just a family who just likes to go out and spend family time. That's gotten very difficult with the lake being as crowded as it is with one dock. It's gotten difficult because Soda at the Nest is gone. All the family places are gone. We're not drinkers, so being in town at all the bars is not something I can do with my kids. This is something that we can do with our kids and our family. So I know a few years ago it did get denied, but the biggest reason from everyone I've talked to was, and a lot of us OHV people did deny it, was because of the age restrictions. And a lot of people had mentioned the parking downtown being a little crazy. So just eliminating those two things, setting the 16 and up age restrictions and not driving downtown, hopefully we would be able to get it passed. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come forward?
Mr. Mayor and Council, my name is Eric Quarterman. I want to stand up today and first thank you for the job that you guys do. I think we hear a lot of criticism for the work that you guys put in, and I, for one, am thankful for the time and all the effort that you guys put in. I think when that is attacked, the person doing it looks even smaller than, diminished. It makes them more diminished. I just wanted to take the opportunity today to say that I'm happy that Matt Fox brought this OHV back to the table. I agree that we're a community that is capable of having OHVs in limited uses. What that limited use looks like, it can be discussed, but I think that there's definitely options out there. The reason why this was passed before, and the big champion of this, thankfully, was Jill Lagan at the Chamber of Commerce. That's who was really pushing this last time, and we're thankful for doing that. But my only angle that I would like to put on it is if we could just focus on the residents of Boulder City and getting the residents of Boulder City the ability to get to the gas stations and out to the desert. I think that's a good first step. It gets us all out enjoying time with our families. I think the community has already proven that they're law-abiding citizens because we're not hearing about accidents or a bunch of tickets stacking up all over the place. We'd be hearing about that if that was the case. They're a bunch of law-abiding citizens that just want to go out and have fun, and so they'll follow the same rules that you guys put in place. I know last time we talked about this, Steve Hempy said that a lot of the registration and licensing could go through his office. I'm not exactly sure what his title was at the time. He was working out of the Justice Court. But, there's also ways of getting around the age restrictions, in my opinion, by doing a skills course like they do with a motorcycle license. A motorcycle license now has a skills course. So there's no reason why we couldn't implement something like that to allow more people the opportunity to do it. It's great for our community. I think it's great for those of us who want to go out and enjoy the outdoors. And most importantly, that's what I want to focus on, is just the citizens of Boulder City and how important it will be for us. There's a lot of us that are using it every weekend, and it would be great to just be able to ride out of my backyard right to the desert. And I appreciate your guys' time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in chambers? And anyone on the phone line, 702-589-9629? And no pre-recorded other than that. All right. Anyone here would like to come up, more than welcome to. And not seeing anyone, we will close public comment. Thank you for your participation. We will move to approval of the regular agenda. Madam City
Mr.
Clerk,
Mayor,
you have
yeah.
something?
Mayor and council, if you would please, staff is requesting on the regular agenda that item number 12 be moved up and considered after item number 5. Because we have an out-of-town speaker here for that item.
And do we have a motion to approve the regular agenda as suggested?
I move to approve the regular agenda with the move.
Thank you. Second.
I'll second that.
And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And any opposed? Passes, thank you. And then we will move to the consent agenda, for approval for the consent agenda.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Staff is requesting that item number 2 on the consent agenda be moved to the regular agenda at the beginning before item number 5, please.
And thus, is there any discussion? I would accept a motion.
I move to pass the consent agenda, moving item number 2 down to the regular agenda before item 5.
And is there a second?
I second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Thank you. So the consent agenda has been approved, with number 2 being moved to the regular agenda. And we will hear number 2 before number 5.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. The item before you right now is a resolution approving a special event promotion grant in the amount not to exceed $5,000 for the Boulder City Chamber of Commerce's Spring Jamboree event, which is held May 4th and 5th of 2024. For several years, the City Council, through the Redevelopment Agency of Boulder City, has provided special event promotion grants to help support local community events that bring people to the community and offer entertainment opportunities for residents. Applicants are reimbursed 50% of advertising expenses not to exceed $5,000. With this budget, the grant program does have available funds. The Boulder City Chamber of Commerce is seeking the full $5,000 for reimbursement of eligible promotional expenses, which their application's attached in your packet for the Spring Jamboree event. It is staff's recommendation that the event and the proposed expenditures are in line with the council-approved guidelines for this grant program. So if Council approves the 2 special event promotion grants that are up for consideration today, in our financial year 24 budget, $14,834 would remain available for the promotion of Boulder City events in FY24. And I should correct that, you did approve them with the consent agenda. So if you approve this one, $14,834 will be available. So I'm here for any questions you may have.
Any questions?
No questions, but there is a disclosure at least I need to make. I don't know about others, but it's whatever point you feel appropriate.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Tedder. As far as my disclosure, I would like to disclose pursuant to NRS 281A that my campaign committee is a member of the Boulder City Chamber of Commerce. But I have been advised by the city attorney that this matter would not impact the judgment of a reasonable person in my position. So I will be participating in this item.
Thank you. Councilwoman Booth.
I would like to disclose pursuant to NRS 281A that my business is a member of the Boulder City Chamber of Commerce, but I have been advised by the city attorney that this matter would not impact the judgment of a reasonable person in my position.
Thank you, and I will, for lack of a better word, mimic everyone and say I would like to disclose pursuant to NRS 281A that my campaign committee is a member of the Boulder City Chamber of Commerce, but I have been advised by the city attorney that this matter would not impact the judgment of a reasonable person in my position. I will be voting on this. Any other discussion or comments?
I do have some discussion, though. I'm glad this ended up coming up onto the regular agenda so we can have some conversation, see if council is amenable. First of all, let me say it's not in relation to the vote on this, but the description when we receive this for this specific type of donation that we do for events. It's not uncommon, or matter of fact, it is the practice when we, on the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority Board, when there's an event in the community and we are asked to, give funds towards, bringing it here, we get both the expense and the potential economic impact on the community. And I'm reasonably sure that we do collect some type of data on the visitation and the amount of visitors that come based on, the AI technology we've talked about in the past?
Yeah, so our new platform that we've been using, it's called Placer AI, and it does track how many people come to the community, a little bit about where they're from. It uses third-party applications from cell phones to figure that out. So we're able to have statistics on how many visitors we had and are able to report that out.
Not only visitors, but do we not also get credit card information for zip codes what they're assigned to and the amounts that are spent here in the
That's
community?
what the Placer AI is in place of.
So all of it
Yeah.
embraces all of that. So I would love to see that as a regular part of these items when they're reported and requested, that all of us on council as well as the community can see that it's not just having a great event that is a fundraiser for these nonprofits, but also that there is a measurable economic benefit for holding these events. And so I just put that out there for us as council to maybe consider as part of our discussion or direction to staff for future consideration.
Councilmember, we definitely can bring the item back about.
Well, this agenda is really just for the $5,000 grant. But in addition to that, our agreement with Placer AI, the reports are not public record. We are allowed to use the data for our own, we actually access it through a portal. We don't even actually get the information sent to us in any report. We just get access to it. So we can't share the data. It's just for our internal use and information.
Okay, so Placer AI may not be the sort, and if I'm wandering beyond the agenda item, I'm happy to be corrected and stop the discussion. Is that what
Sure.
you're also saying?
I just wanted to make sure it was the Placer AI data is very valuable to the city, but just that is a part of our agreement, is that the information's kept confidential.
But tell me directly, am I wandering beyond the scope of this agenda item?
Yes, the
'Cause
agenda
I'll
item is
stop right now if I
specifically
am.
for the $5,000.
Okay, thank you. Just nod your head there. Yeah, you're too far, and give me the. Fair enough. Then that'll be topic for another conversation at another time. That's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments? People obviously already know this, that, we look at the concept of Big Brother, us keeping track of everything, but we're kind of the little brother. And we don't have that capability of doing, I can't tell you, speaking of little brothers, we have so many people who stop us when we're down in hinterland, and they say, I love the, and they fill in the blank, Spring Jamboree, Art in the Park, they fill in the blank, and that's how they know us, and that's how they visit, and that's how they go to our restaurants, they go to our shops. Fortunately, they are very law-abiding people, so they never get a ticket. But if they did, that goes into our coffers too. But we are grateful for those who are willing to, at least I am, willing to have these events, and they are more than what we would expect normally for a random weekend to come into town and patronize not just our restaurants, but everything that we do, including the gas stations, if they have some other thing that they drive, if that were to ever come up. So I am in favor of this. Any other comments?
If there are no other comments, I make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we will now move to item number 5, presentation by Jill Lagan regarding our Main Street, Boulder City. And then also regarding an appointment for a person to represent the city council on this particular board. Ms. Lagan.
Mayor, council, and staff, thank you very much. Good evening. Main Street Boulder City is a proud affiliate of the Nevada Main Street and National Main Street America organizations, which focus on revitalizing and promoting historic towns. Main Street Boulder City is an initiative run through the Boulder City Chamber of Commerce. Main Street Boulder City will serve as a supportive intermediary that amplifies city and chamber-led revitalization and tourism development efforts, which emphasizing the historical significance of our town. Main Street Boulder City is committed to facilitating effective communication and cooperative strategies that enhance Main Street's allure, focusing on event support, marketing, and beautification initiatives. 7 years ago, the state of Nevada instituted the Nevada Main Street program through a legislative action. This program has evolved over time and allows each community on an individual scope of work that meets the need of their business and their historic activities. With this option for choice, it was time for Boulder City to become an exploring community with Nevada Main Street. This allows for more options to collaborate with the Governor's Office on Economic Development and U.S. Main Street. In combination with the established Historic Preservation Committee's strategic plan and the Chamber's 5-year strategic plan, Main Street Boulder City will be a welcome addition for the continued success and energy within the historic district. Thanks to the Nevada Main Street partnership, we will have a 10-year strategic plan that will be presented shortly from UNR's Economic Development Division. Main Street, meet the Main Street team. Amber Cunningham, a 30-year-old Boulder City resident, brings extensive project management experience from her tenure at the Bureau of Reclamation. With degrees in economics and public administration and pursuing a second master's in management from Harvard, she channels her expertise into enriching community events and promoting local businesses through Main Street Boulder City, all while giving back to the community that she loves. Danielle Stemmer, a seasoned professional with a decade of experience serving veterans at the Department of Veterans Affairs, brings both academic prowess and practical insight to her work with a bachelor's degree in sociology and family human development from Arizona State University. Her dedication to veterans extends beyond her roles at the VA as she joins the Main Street Boulder City team, eager to leverage her skills and passion to make positive changes in her community. Michelle Cavan, a 20-year-old resident of Boulder City, has a rich background in both nonprofit and corporate sectors, having served as the Director of Development and Senior Operations Manager. Her expertise in donor relations, fundraising, team management, and operational efficiency greatly contributes to her work. Along with her husband, Michelle co-produces local and regional classic car shows through Boulder City Cruising Association, which you will see at Spring Jamboree on May 4th and 5th. Passionate about her hometown, she is thrilled to be a part of the Main Street Boulder City, where she can help preserve its heritage and strengthen community ties. Since the inception of Main Street America in 1980, the network has catalyzed over $100 billion in local reinvestment, restored 325,000 buildings, created 700,000 jobs, and launched 160,000 new businesses across more than 2,000 communities. Main Street's presence in Nevada and nearby Kingman, Arizona is well established. Main Street Gardnerville, Nevada was founded in 2008. Main Street Tonopah, Nevada began in 2001, and the Main Street Kingman, Arizona program has had many years of active service to their community. Now, Main Street Boulder City has launched. With the encouraging support of our City Council, we aim to create a program that will make Boulder City proud. This is a heartfelt endeavor to build a legacy that will thrive and benefit our city for generations to come.
Well, thank you, Jill. For today's presentation, we will provide a quick overview of the 6 key points of the Main Street Boulder City program highlighted in your at-a-glance sheet. And this summary encapsulates our initiatives aimed at revitalizing and enhancing our community through heritage preservation, economic development, and vibrant community engagement. Our mission. Main Street Boulder City's mission is to act as a pivotal liaison in revitalizing and preserving Boulder City's historical heritage, enhancing community appeal by fostering a vibrant business environment, and promoting our rich heritage. We are dedicated to bridging the efforts of the City of Boulder City and the Boulder City Chamber of Commerce with the unique needs and visions of local business owners. Community engagement. We're committed to fostering a vibrant community by supporting local businesses and organizing events that bring our history to the forefront. Our initiatives are designed to engage residents and visitors alike, creating a cohesive and inclusive atmosphere. Additionally, we will collaborate with and support other organizations in their efforts to showcase historic Boulder City through their own events. One exciting event we're eager to introduce is a community dinner, so get ready for some fun this fall. Historical preservation. A key pillar of our work will be an emphasis on historical significance. By showcasing Boulder City's rich history, we aim to educate, inspire, and attract visitors, contributing to the preservation of our unique heritage. Economic support. Through strategic partnerships and cooperative strategies, we will support and promote local businesses, helping to stimulate economic growth. Our marketing and beautification initiatives will be aimed at enhancing Main Street Boulder City's appeal, making it a thriving hub for commerce and community life. So, vision for the future. Looking ahead, we envision Boulder City not only as a place revered for its storied past, but also as a dynamic, thriving community. Main Street Boulder City is fervently committed to making this vision a reality, ensuring our beloved town prospers for future generations. And now at this time, I'm going to hand it over to Michelle Caven to tell you about our future planning efforts.
We had a great PowerPoint. I hope you guys have the copies. That was our first one that we did. So we're just going to pretend that's not up there. As we unveil our vision for the next 3 years, it's essential to recognize that while much thought has gone into the possibilities, we remain mindful of the external factors that may influence our journey. Yet, with dedication and adaptability, we are poised to turn our aspirations into reality, driving even more economic growth into Boulder City. That's the key. As mentioned, we will serve as supportive intermediary that amplifies city and chamber-led revitalization and tourism development efforts, emphasizing the historical significance of our town. Main Street Boulder City is committed to facilitating effective communication and cooperative strategies that enhance Main Street's allure, focusing on event support, marketing, and beautification initiatives as spoken early. Right now, I'd like to give you a little bit of a 1,000-foot overview. Our first half of our year 2024, enhanced business and community engagement, we are kicking off with a comprehensive outreach to the historic district businesses, introducing the Main Street Boulder City Initiative and detailing collaborative opportunities, including details of the City of Boulder City Redevelopment Agency Historic Preservation Grant. Event community calendar development. We have begun compiling a comprehensive community event calendar, including each Main Street Boulder City event and other community happenings, complete with planning calendars and strategic plans for each event that we put on. This past Saturday marked a significant milestone for Main Street Boulder City with our inaugural event, introducing our efforts to the community. Our Heart and Hands Community Volunteer Recruitment Fair was a resounding success, featuring 14 nonprofits that presented a variety of volunteer opportunities. Additionally, our community cleaning project concentrated on sprucing up those art statues in our historic district, enhancing the beauty and preservation of our local heritage. For the second half of this year, we are setting the foundation for the collaborative Second Saturday event in partnership with Boulder City Chamber of Commerce. Our aim is to enhance the wine walk by integrating it with a Second Saturday event, serving as the organizational core. Sorry, there's that slide. There, that was our first event. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Serving as the organizational core to ensure these activities, bolstering existing efforts, and attract more visitors to the historic district. Next up, a Great Gatsby event. We will lay the groundwork for a 1920s, 30s themed event to celebrate Boulder City's heritage, planned for spring of 2025. We will facilitate a themed event during Historic Week, working closely with city officials and the Historic Preservation Committee to offer an immersion of educational experience that pays homage to Boulder City's heritage. Next, Educational Initiative plans to spearhead a historical drawing contest for children, working with the schools and community groups to foster a generational connection to Boulder City's history. Activities are supportive of educational goals set by the community, and this is planned for May of 2025 during Historical Preservation Week. Next up, on Young Entrepreneurs Day. Launch an initiative that allows local businesses to mentor young entrepreneurs, fostering early business interest. Again, planned for spring of 2025. Event support and collaboration. Provide support for existing events through partnerships with local nonprofits, demonstrating a commitment to community enhancement. Year 2, we'll see a repeat of annual events along with business mentorship and development. We will launch a mentorship program to bridge new and established businesses. We will work in deepening ties through facilitation by solidifying the role of Main Street Boulder City as a key facilitator among businesses, the city, and the chamber, enhancing the collaborative planning and execution of events and initiatives. Basically, we'll continue to build relationships. Digital enhancement of historical tours. We will help introduce digital elements to those tours, making the city's history more interactive and accessible. We will develop sustainability workshops aimed at promoting sustainable business practices through focused training sessions and the sharing of resources. And then again, advanced event planning, further development of the event community calendar, ensuring each event is supported by a detailed planning and strategic framework. At this time, I'd like to bring up Danielle to help conclude our time together.
Thank you, Michelle. So for our projected year 3 growth, in year 3, we will take what has been built and begin to focus on legacy and growth. Legacy community projects include the launch of a significant community project with a lasting impact, such as a public art installation or the renovation of a historic site. Youth engagement programs. Grow programs that involve youth in understanding Boulder City's history and the entrepreneurship. Tourism strategy implementation. Utilize thematic events and digital marketing to attract tourists, enhancing Boulder City's visibility. Ongoing business support. We plan to offer ongoing workshops, networking opportunities, and promotional efforts tailored to the evolving needs of local businesses in the historic district. In conclusion, by serving as a bridge between the city, the Chamber of Commerce, and business owners, we aim to amplify the historical and economic vitality of Boulder City, ensuring it remains a cherished place for both residents and visitors. This approach underscores our commitment to being an active participant in the city's ongoing development, with a constant focus on preserving its unique heritage and fostering a supportive community atmosphere. As we connect the past with the present, we will strive to continue building a vibrant historic district that honors its legacy while eagerly anticipating a prosperous future. Recognizing the dynamic nature of community development, we remain open to expanding our initiatives and projects as new opportunities arise, always with the goal of enhancing Boulder City's charm and livability. If you want to find us, we are on social media. So we have an Instagram and a Facebook page, and it's just at Main Street Boulder City. Or if you'd like to get in touch with us, you can always email us at mainstreetbouldercity@gmail.com. And we just want to thank City Council for the time today to present to you and your support of Main Street Boulder City. We are dedicated to working diligently to realize all that was shared with you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other short presentation you'd like to do? We appreciate it. Thank you. We accept that presentation. And Part B of that, number 5, is have City Council appointment for representative. So let's hear from the City Council.
First off, I just wanted to say thank you so much for coming today, and thank you so much for initiating something like this and putting it together. We do have a Main Street. We do have a story to tell, and I think it's a unique story, really, if you think about it. So we have a lot to offer. We have a lot of pieces in our community that are amazing, that are telling pieces of that story, but I could see where cohesive efforts to come together to make that more solidified with the experiences of people coming here, living here, being here. I love the idea of including the kids. I think one of the most important things in a community is to buy into where you live, right? That sense of being, I'm from Boulder City, and I love it. And that's what makes them come back, and those are the people who will be telling the story later on. So I think that part of it is vital. I love that you're going down to the kids to include them in this. Thank you. I just love everything about it. I'm excited. I don't doubt with 4 powerhouse ladies over there that this isn't going to be amazing, and you probably won't be, you'll be ahead of the curve. I can't imagine. And so I really look forward to it, look forward to participating in it too. So thank you for sharing your vision.
Thank you.
I like the idea. I think it's fantastic. It's beyond fantastic because I think it's important to remind the businesses how important they are to this community. And I think sometimes as a small business, you get kind of stuck on that little wheel treading around and you don't stop and think about how important you are to the community. So to me, it sounds like this is a way to remind them just how important it is. And I like it so well, I would love to serve on the committee because I don't have a committee that I belong to. So that's what I would like to propose.
I'm waiting for acclamation. We've heard a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
And is there any discussion to appointing Councilwoman Booth as that member from City Council? Seeing no other discussion, all those with a resounding yes, say aye.
Aye.
No one opposed? Thank you. Councilwoman Booth, you have your
It sounds like such a fun job to have.
Yes.
Your first committee.
So if she had a drum, she would beat it.
Yeah.
Thank you. We appreciate the presentation. Thank you, everybody. Now, that presentation took till 5 o'clock in the morning. Oh, no, that's just the timer.
And
So-
this one's wrong too.
So we're not sure where we're at anymore. Okay, we're moving on. So we are now going to number 6? 12. Where am I? We did.
12 after 5.
And we have a visitor too, as the visitor.
We sure do. Thank you, Mayor
Okay.
and council members. This item is seeking approval of an agreement with Chandler Asset Management for investment advisory services. So the city's finances include certain bank balances, reserve funds, and capital improvement and general funds that we consider investable. And the intent of that is to earn additional investment income as a revenue source for y'all to deploy in programming. So currently, we place these investable funds largely with the state's local government investment pool and at the Nevada State Bank, which is our regular banking services servicing bank. So we wanted to pursue some investment management services. So we issued a request for proposals for this service, and we received 8 proposals. We had an evaluation committee, reviewed those proposals, narrowed it down to a short list of 2 firms, and both of those firms were interviewed, and the committee recommended awarding the contract to Chandler Asset Management. Chandler specializes in investment advisory services, specifically for the public sector. So the benefits of contracting with an independent advisor include a customized investment portfolio that's tailored to the city's specific cash flow needs, and the ability to invest in securities that have a longer duration than the LGIP offers. And what that means is, historically, that means greater investment returns. So we have the ability to diversify those securities to help guard against market fluctuations, and specific ownership of those entitled in the city's name so that the city can control those transactions at any time. So that's what's before you. We do have a representative from Chandler Asset Management if you have any additional questions or would like to hear anything additional.
Thank you, Ms. Sneed. Any questions? Or go ahead.
of the representative.
Certainly. This is Mr. Carlos Oblites.
How
Good
long
evening.
have you been in the working for the public sector?
Our firm's been working for the public sector since 1988. I personally have been doing this for close to 30 years. Next year will be 30 actually, it'll be 29 this year.
And what keeps you awake at night doing this?
The direction of interest rates, the general status and direction of our economy, inflation, those are the things that I think of. Regional banks and their performance. You probably heard last year, Silicon Valley Bank was a sizable regional bank which had trouble, had a run on the bank because their treasury was concentrated in much longer securities, which they had to liquidate at significant losses to meet deposits that were running up from Silicon Valley investors who could not get money out of the capital markets because the stock markets were doing poorly. So investments in regional banks keep me up at night. I think a lot about that. We have a credit analysis team that's part of our investment process, which looks at every single issuer to make sure that it's appropriate for the city's investment program. The goals are safety, followed by liquidity, then return. That's in line with Nevada revised statutes. That's in line with the goals of any city, almost any city in the United States, and that's what we work to achieve.
It sounds like you don't sleep well at night.
It's about a 5-hour run. If it's 5 hours, I consider myself lucky.
Thank you.
I actually had a question. Do we see ourselves no longer putting any investment monies into the local government firm and transferring all our investment here, or are we going to do a combination?
We would certainly still utilize the local government investment pool, which we call LGIP, because that money is immediately available. And for our liquidity needs, if we needed something immediately, that's where we would go. So we would maintain a certain balance with them. These securities would be for a little bit longer duration.
Do you have an idea of a percentage of how much you would put where?
That's going to result from a cash flow analysis that is like the first order of business once we get on board with the advisor. Right now we have just short of $100 million with LGIP. I'm sure we would start with maybe half and half. And as we develop that cash flow analysis, we would adjust that accordingly. But we would always have a need for that immediate access, that liquid amount that we have in LGIP.
And since it's not immediate, what does it look like to get our monies out? What's a timeline or a timeline from Chandler Asset Management? You said the difference is that we can immediately get our money out of the local, but it's a little bit different, so we wouldn't put all our money there. What's the timeline if we had to access some of that income?
We would have them actively manage that, and it would be an ongoing conversation with them about what our needs are, and they would adjust accordingly, our portfolio. Typically, if we had to sell a security, which is not something we would do regularly, that's always available, sometimes at a gain, sometimes at a loss, but we would always have access to that if needed. But if we structure it appropriately, we have that immediate liquidity available all the time, that we wouldn't need to do that unless there was an economic gain that would just, that's part of the active management that they would be doing for us, is looking for opportunities out there in the marketplace. So sometimes they would sell some, but
Sometimes
only if we
they
had a
wouldn't.
gain and that.
And I know you tell me all the time that the budget for the city is nothing like your house budget, Councilwoman Jorgensen. And I'm sure, because I don't have 100 million somewhere. So I absolutely see the difference. But I liken this unto 401k. And when you're younger, you are a little bit more risky where you put your monies because you have a longer time to amass or whatever. Are we going to do high risk, medium risk, low risk? I mean, what is our portfolio? I'm assuming it's called a portfolio. I don't know. What's it going to look like, and what's our risk factor?
Indeed, it is a portfolio. We are bound firstly by the state statutes as to what types of securities, meaning how risky of securities that we can deploy. Another layer on that is we will be developing our own specific Boulder City investment policy that's going to dictate not only what types of securities, but we want to make sure we have only so many in different buckets so that that diversification is there. And in no circumstances would it be a long-term pension 401k type of security. It's going to be within like a 5-year maturity at the longest.
And you see us making a higher return on our investment than what we get at the local government investment. So we would put it at least in something that would yield a higher return than whatever's happening at that level.
That's correct. So we're in a unique situation out there in the investment marketplace right now that those short-term vehicles, which is what an LGIP is, that's how we can get the immediate access to it, that has been very favorable in this environment. That's highly unusual. But by keeping it in that short term, we've definitely benefited from that. But I probably should let Carlos speak to this. He's the expert. But
that'd be whichever.
The expectation is in the near future that those interest rates will drop. And so it would behoove us to lock it in at the rates now so that as they begin to drop, we are still earning that higher.
At a higher rate.
A rate, right?
Yes.
I'm going to let Carlos, the expert, really go into that detail.
Absolutely. So that's an astute question. You're limited to purchasing securities in the bond markets. Basically, you're lending your money out and you're getting interest for it. That's in essence, that's the very essence of a bond. So you're not going to have a pension-like investment. It's not going to be medium or high risk, or it's going to be safety, liquidity. It's probably the lowest risk you're going to find out there in the capital markets. The intent is to be able to invest in longer duration bonds over the long run. That approach tends to generate higher income and higher returns than a shorter time investment. The circumstances that your finance director is referring to right now is the inverted yield curve that we're living through. That's a technical term. I'll explain it very simply. If you think about the term structure of interest rates, generally you would expect to get paid higher yield for lending money out for a longer period of time than you would if you loaned it out for a shorter period of time. And that's for the simple reason is that as you wait to receive your money back, the longer you wait, there are more investment opportunities that can come by that look more attractive. So, and also, there's longer periods of time for bad things to happen in the economy, wars, coups, you name it, okay, pandemics.
The things that keep you up at night.
Exactly. So the longer you invest money, generally, the more you get paid interest. So right now, I said the yield curve is inverted. That simply means that shorter investments, which generally pay lower yields, are now doing the opposite, and they pay much higher yields than the longer investments. And there are some technical reasons for that, which I'm happy to go into if you'd like me to. I can talk about this for hours. But
I'd get in trouble.
Suffice it to say that dynamic is expected to change. It is not the natural way of things with the term structure of interest rates. And that inversion will revert back to the normal shape of that relationship. So as a result, you are currently earning some very competitive yields in the state pool. They're very good. In fact, they're some of the highest yields we've seen in about 15 years in the economy. However, that is not the natural order of things. Eventually, that relationship will revert back. So we'll take a diversified approach to, first of all, we're going to take baby steps. We won't get this entire portfolio invested in one day. It's going to take us months. Secondly, the balance between the LGIP funds and the portfolio will be shifting dynamically as we identify the cash needs of the city. We'll work together with your finance staff and your finance director to do that. And then thirdly, over the long run, since short-term rates are expected to come down, you may actually pick up over the short term a slightly lower yield in a longer security, which eventually you'll hold on to longer than if you were invested in the higher yielding shorter security, which will come down faster, and you'll be stuck in lower yields because this will come down where you might have some longer securities that will hold that yield for longer. Now I am getting technical, but in essence, the idea is to target a longer weighted average duration in the portfolio. The intent is to have a portfolio that generates return and income. It's a portion of the city's treasury that you don't intend to dip into over the long run. Over the short run, you have cash needs, and we intend to use the local government investment pool, the state pool, as a vehicle for that because it's well managed. It provides strong returns. It provides same-day liquidity and so forth. The investments that we're talking about for the portfolio, as your finance director stated, because of interest rates move around, they may incur a gain or a loss if sold before maturity. Sometimes we'll sell it to rebalance the portfolio to a target. But in essence, if you needed the money, generally we can have the money within 3 days, often within the next day.
Okay. That's helpful as I am, I always ask questions about finance and innately probably conservative in my approach, but I can see wisdom in this. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
So I just want to be clear, when it's before us as an advisory services, we actually, Ms. Sneed, for instance, holds the power. You tell her what you think, but she holds the power of what to do.
Absolutely, just like at home.
If it's helpful, the city currently, as its policy, follows Nevada revised statutes. We'll be working with Ms. Sneed to develop your own individual investment policy statement, which will outline exactly what's allowed to be done in the investment program. And it'll be very broad. It won't be specific to us, but to all the investment activities of the city as they relate to your operating funds. From that, we're going to develop a strategy that's going to be that's a collaborative effort that your finance staff will have a very big hand in developing. It will be informed by your budgetary situation, by your city goals, by various other things that you're trying to achieve. And then lastly, what I would say is that within that scope, generally the way that we work is we're giving marching orders by your finance staff, and we report to them and they report to you. Ultimately, we work for you, but we will operate. Sometimes it might be on a discretionary basis where they give us the ability to select securities and purchase them and sometimes sell them to reposition the portfolio, but all of it would be within the scope of Nevada revised statutes, the city's investment policy, and then the marching orders we get from your city staff.
Well covered. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So I can summarize.
Please.
Yes, sir.
As stated in our background information, we can expect that you will generate additional investment income for the city, and we're going to be better off by investing some portion of our unused funds that we have with your firm.
That's what we're going to strive to achieve. If I guarantee that, the Securities and Exchange Commission would haul me out of here in handcuffs.
Okay.
So we don't guarantee anything. But yes, in my 30 years of doing this, I don't think I've ever worked for a money manager that's failed to pay for itself.
Well, and that's the same answer we get at every investment broker we go to, right? But I'm just letting you know the standard that we are going to expect of you.
Pressure. Any other questions or comments? So we would need you have a comment?
No,
Okay.
I would,
So I would accept a motion to approve resolution number 7788.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move to approve Resolution 7788.
I second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. It was unanimous. Thank you. Thank you very much. You can now catch your plane.
Or get dinner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, we'll now go back to number 6.
Number 6 is an introduction.
And we need to introduce Bill 2030 as an ordinance, Boulder City approving land sale agreement, etc. Do I have a motion to introduce Bill number 2030?
I make a motion to introduce Bill number 2226.
2030.
Bill number 2030.
Bill number 2030.
Is there,
And waive the reading except for title?
And I'll waive the reading except for title.
Thank you. Bill number 2030, an ordinance of the City of Boulder City, Nevada, approving land sale agreement number 24-2080 between the City of Boulder City and Toll South LV LLC for approximately 44.98 acres of land located or near the southwest corner of Adams Boulevard and Bristlecone Drive in Boulder City, commonly known as Track 350. This matter is expected to be considered at the May 14th, 2024 meeting.
thank you. All those in favor say aye. No? It's introduced. Okay, we will now move to number 7.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Item number 7 is for possible actions, matters pertaining to the airport ground leases expiring on September 20th, 2024. For your consideration, are bills 2015 through 2025, approving the amended and restated lease agreements and extending the term of the agreements for 10 years with a 10-year option. That's items A through K. And item L is consideration of Bill 2026 to extend the current agreement for 11 months.
Thank you. Did we get the consideration of the bills in order of 2015 through 2025?
Yes.
And all those in favor?
That's
I just need a
that's
motion.
not correct. It's Bill, you could take in one motion.
We can do 2020 up to 2025, 2026 has to be separate.
Yes, beginning with 2015, that's correct, through 2025 as one motion, and then there could be a separate motion for 2026 since it has different terms.
So I need a motion to approve bill number 2015 through 2025.
I'll move to consider bill number 2015 through 2025.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
Your move was to approve, is that right, Mr. Fox?
Yes.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. They have been approved. 2015 through 2025. Now we'll move to L, consideration bill number 2026.
I'll move to.
We need to hear something from you.
For consideration of the Bill 2026 to extend the current agreement for 11 months.
All right. Any comments, questions? Go ahead and make the motion.
I'll move to approve bill number 2026.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded and thirded. All those in, is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you. And then we're into consideration of Bill 2027 under number 8.
So this is Bill 2027 for possible action. Consideration of Bill 2027 is an ordinance for approving lease agreement number 93-247E for Taxiway 421 Hangar, amending lease agreement between the city and Lisa Lou Yetter and John Altentop Living Trust to amend and restate the agreement and extend the term for a period of 10 years with a 10-year renewal option.
Any questions or comments? Do I have a motion to approve bill number 2027?
Move to approve bill number 2027.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving bill number 2027 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Motion unanimous. Thank you very much. And now we'll go to number 9. Go ahead, Ms. Sneed.
Okay, I'm back. This item is consideration of Bill 2028, which would establish a new special revenue fund for the construction and operations of the swimming pool. This new fund will improve transparency and accountability for the revenue and costs associated with the new pool facility. So you should have a handout that looks like this. And what this depicts for you is the swimming pool. If you could tell, that's a swimming pool. We're filling it up with the funding. So the initial funding comes from transferring amounts that were designated for the pool that already exist in 3 of our funds. The multi-purpose fund, which is the private donation, the extraordinary maintenance fund, where we transferred the better than expected revenues from prior years in the general fund, and then the previously voter-approved amount from the capital improvement fund that totals approximately $12.3 million. So then we've got some planned additions to that new fund, which would include a budget augmentation for the current year, and of course the proceeds from Track 350 land sales. And if approved, an additional amount from the voter-approved dollars. So once we establish that new special revenue fund, we are required to identify ongoing revenue sources. So that's what this little blue picture is up here. That's our swimming pool. And we've got the funding sources coming in, the different sources of funds. And then, of course, outgoing from that is the expenses. So the inflow of the revenue is going to be the user fees or the admission fees to the pool, any facility rentals, and then any other special revenue funds that we have already that are subject to a ceiling or an upper limit. Once that upper limit is realized, then the overflow for the pool would go into this new fund. Any shortfall would be supplemented by the general fund. So.
Thank you. This is very graphic. I appreciate it, where we can get our arms around, how much money do we have? It's going to be in one fund, and we can say, this is where it's at. This is the level that we're trying to fill up to, and et cetera. I think this is beautiful. Any questions or comments?
Go ahead, I've talked a lot.
I appreciate that, and I think we all respond well to a verbal explanation, a text explanation, and a picture explanation. So these are great. Thank you. I want to just emphasize, again, we've had this conversation, and we selected the amount of $9 million to go to the voters, but it's up to. And that needs to be emphasized. Up to, we're not looking to overbuild a pool or to take money for something that we're not going to build, but up to the amount to build the pool that's appropriate. And we'll have the right amount of eyes on it throughout the various committees and staff members and other folks that still have to frame the final scope of what the pool is going to be. And I think it's important to recognize that that has yet to be finalized. And so, again, just to reemphasize, we're not looking that, and who knows what that amount is going to ultimately be. We all know what inflation has done to us to this point, but up to $9 million, and if it isn't used, then it will remain in the general fund or be able to be accessible for other. What was the fund it would be from?
The voter-approved capital improvement fund.
Right, the voter-approved
the
capital
original
improvement fund from the leases where it goes into there. So still something that the voters can approve, to use if it's unused. Thank you for that correction. So anyway, I just wanted to make those points, and that we still need to finalize the scope of the swimming pool, and hopefully that the voters understand that, and that we're not trying to overspend the dollars that are coming from that voter-approved capital improvement fund.
Correct.
Thank you. That was my comment, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I also appreciate this because I've had questions asked to me, where's the money that is supposed to be in the pool fund? And for me to explain that it was in different places made it seem a little hazy as to if we really had that money specifically earmarked for this. So now there's no doubts This money is earmarked. The donation given to us, the amounts that we said we were going to put in for our overages, the approved amounts from before, the amount that we'll get from Track 350, more overages, and hopefully if the ballot question is approved. The other thing that I'd just like to reiterate is how important it is, because we are a cash-based city, really. So if you don't have it, you don't build it. You don't take out the loan for the pool. So if you don't have money to build the pool, you don't build the pool. That's just the way it is. So this is a mechanism for us to be able to bring the monies in there so that we'll have the ability to build a pool for our community. So thank you for the visual, like he said, for all different modalities. We all learn differently, so it's kind of nice for one of these is going to pick us all, pick us up, and we're going to feel good about it. So appreciate that, and I think it's about time that this has happened. So thank you.
So if you go onto our website and we go into finances, we're going to see a button there or something that says pool facility or pool construction funding source. What is?
So we do have one of our brochures that is out there already that speaks to this. It's the same information displayed a little bit differently.
No, I was talking about when you go online into this City of Boulder and you go into the finance department, you can see all the finances there. Are they going to be able to find this finance source there? Is there going to be a button or something that says pool construction funding source?
Yes.
So they can follow it and see that it's filling up.
Yes, and that's the beauty of what we're trying to accomplish here, because currently it's in pieces and parts in 3 different funds. This is going to consolidate it all into one fund. So with one click, they can look at the financial transaction activity of that swimming pool fund, and it would be complete and not in 3 different funds.
Thank you.
Sure.
So to clarify, this would start in essence July because of the budget has different parts right now, so this would become effective in July.
Well, with one exception, and that is the budget augmentation. That is something that will be brought to you along with the budget in this year, and that will happen this year. So that's that 1.5 million to start it. Now, for the transfers from the other funds, that will be effective in July. So we'll get started with this little sliver, and then we'll start layering it on in July.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Any other discussion? And do I have a motion to approve bill number 2028?
I move to approve bill number 2028.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sneed. And we will go to number 10, public hearing on an ordinance for the City of Boulder City to amend Title 11 City Code, Chapter 39, to make modifications to the subdivision regulation that provides consistency with state law, extend construction timelines, and clarify text.
Good evening, Mayor Hardy, members of City Council. Michael Mays, your Community Development Director. So, Mayor, as you noted, Title 11, Chapter 39 is the ordinance that regulates subdivisions and parcel map development within the community. City Attorney, along with staff from Community Development, Utilities, and Public Works Departments came together to look specifically at this chapter, to clarify language, to bring us into compliance with state law, and to recognize the realities of construction time periods today. And so you have before you the proposed changes that take the time frame between a tentative map and a final map from 1 year to 4 years to comply with state law. It extends the completion deadline of subdivisions from 1 year to 3 year, and as noted, clarifies language. And with that, I can answer any questions. Bill number 2029 does need to be subject to the findings contained within the bill.
So we will open the public hearing then. Anyone who would like to come forward and have anything they'd like to say in the public hearing about this particular proposal? Those who want to call in can call 702-589-9629. Do we have any written comments, Madam City Clerk?
No written comments were provided.
No one on the phone yet? Okay. So we'll wait for someone from the public to come forward and say something while we're waiting for someone to call online, or to call on the phone line, rather. Seeing no one on the phone lines, no one in public comment here in chambers, we would close the public hearing and consider open discussion for consideration of bill number 2029. Are there comments or questions?
If there's no comments, I'll move to approve Bill 2029 with findings.
Is that a motion?
Yep.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded on the consideration bill number 2029. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. It's unanimous. Thank you. We will move to item number 11.
Good evening. Item number 11 is with the airport. It's Resolution 7787 to approve an agreement between the state of Nevada and their Department of Transportation and the city to receive a grant from the Nevada Aviation Trust Fund in the amount of $161,019 for to reimburse the sponsor's match for a project that we completed to rehabilitate runway 1533 and electrical improvements.
Thank you. Comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to state again, I know that I said this in private when we did our briefing, because most people don't recognize we come on Mondays and we ask all the questions that we need answered, and we get some answers, but we also make comments, and one of them that I made was, great job seeking funds. I mean, I think our staff is so good at this, going out. The FAA paid a majority of this, and we're grateful for that, right? But every $161 and $19 adds up over time. And so for your willingness to go out and apply for these grants and to be able to get it, I just want to say kudos to you that shows a lot of initiative. And I know I'm thankful. I'm sure the consumers of the airport are thankful. So thank you for that.
You're welcome, no problem.
So I will clarify that according to the open meeting law, when we have briefings, we don't have a quorum. In other words, we receive information and we don't deliberate it because we're not together as enough to make a quorum. So that will clarify in case somebody is worried about out there. But we appreciate the work that you've done, and if there's no other comment, I would accept a motion to approve resolution number 7787.
I move to approve resolution 7787.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Unanimous. Thank you very much. And number 12 we did, so we're going to move to number 13. Mr. City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor and council members.
How many more city councils are you going to in Boulder City? So it goes without comment then.
Anyway, the item before you, the item before you right now is related to the establishment of some new title classifications and pay ranges that are required by Boulder City Code 155. So tonight we're looking at 3 different positions and a resolution. So the first item is discussion and possible direction regarding a deputy city manager classification, title, and pay range E7. The second item is discussion and possible direction regarding an assistant fire chief classification, title, and pay range E3. And then the final one is discussion and possible direction regarding a Parks and Recreation Analyst classification, title, and pay range E1. So moving forward, currently the 8 department heads and the communications manager report directly to the city manager. The large span of responsibility for the city manager is such that it could create ineffectiveness and inefficiencies with so many direct reports. Delegating some of the day-to-day responsibilities to a second in command is conducive to effective organizational operations. It also allows for succession planning. The funding for the deputy city manager would come from the vacant administrative services director position, as Mr. Bolt retired last week, and that position is now vacant. This deputy city manager would serve as the chief labor negotiator for the unions that represent the city employees. We have 8 of those bargaining units. This individual would work on employee engagement and promote effective and efficient operations throughout the organization by facilitating interdepartmental cooperation and sharing of resources. This position does replace the administrative services director, and at the time of writing the staff report, that director had not retired yet, but you definitely could eliminate that position if you would like at this point. Actually, no, never mind. City attorney is shaking her head no. It's because we'll have to do a code change at that point. So I will move on, unless you want to discuss these individually. Do you want to just, okay. So I'll take comments now on this position.
I get to go first. I think we need to hire a new city manager before we go along with the deputy city manager, because he may want to change the structure totally around, and so there'll be a lot of change probably when we get a new city manager. So I just think that should be put on hold. I'm fine with B and C, but I just feel that putting this position in place and then maybe having to eliminate it because he wants to restructure. So if you're going to be with us for a while, I would say go for it, but I think just that you're not going to be with us and the new city manager coming on board might have all kinds of different plans for us. So that's my opinion and what I'd like to see happen.
Other comments?
I also think I expressed this yesterday when there was not a quorum and we were all sitting, or there was just 2 of us, making sure that that administrative service office had things that it was over. IT, human resources, airport, thank you, sorry. And so those services were not even mentioned, just barely, when you discussed what, and I'm sure there's a place in your mind where they're going, but as Koki said, or sorry, Councilwoman Booth, if we're less formal, or more formal, those things need to be placed somewhere, and the incoming person may have a different plan. And this can always be presented again if this is their thing, right, that they want to do.
Of course, and the job description is already done. We've been working on this for months, so the work is done. It's there.
Mm-hmm.
If someone wants to pick that back up, if you so choose to not move forward on this tonight. I will say the great thing about the majority of our code, about how the departments are established, the actual division of who reports to who, majoritively is up to the city manager. The one department that's codified directly is that administrative services department, so that's why there will need to be a code change, because that is one of the only departments that specifically spells out that they have direct supervision of IT, personnel, and airport.
Okay.
My plan originally was for airport to be directly supervised by the city manager. IT and personnel were going to go to the deputy.
Okay, but dissolving that title would require us to come back and say we were dissolving that title, the administrative services?
Yeah, essentially the decision before you today would just create the title of deputy city manager as a possibility. It doesn't have to be filled, it doesn't have to be acted upon, but in order to change the division of services from the administrative services director to, say, a deputy or just under the city manager generally would require a code change, because as the city manager pointed out, that is in our code that the administrative services director oversees the IT and airport. So if this were to move forward, we could also move forward with the code change, just repealing that.
But it could go pretty quickly when we had a new person come in. Do you feel like it would take 1-2 council meetings?
It would take at least a couple council meetings, and the point of bringing this to you this evening is if someone new comes in and they feel that they need that extra person, because we'll be without the administrative services director most likely till you get someone new, they might feel like they have to fill that position immediately and maybe won't have the time to pivot to a new organizational structure. So if that's already in place, they could choose maybe which way they want to go. But funding only exists for one position, so there would be no way to have 2 people.
Could you leave that on a giant Post-it note to the right side of your computer for them?
Definitely could.
Thank you.
I have input. I don't believe it's a conversation with the city manager about it, but just in general. So if we're giving those comments, I'm supportive of the position, and I think it's important to note that we're not filling it tonight, and we're not, as has been stated, suggesting that everything that the administrative services director was doing should go to that position, because the city manager, when that individual comes in, will divide up the labor between, the city manager and deputy city manager, and we're just creating, in essence, the policy of saying we believe a position for deputy city manager would be prudent to be created, and then leaving it to then be filled in and defined by the new city manager when that position gets filled. I don't believe I'm really sold just solely on the fact that if the person as a city manager comes in, they might want to fill it urgently, because we'd want them to do their due diligence in a recruitment, but nevertheless to have the position available to be filled, and there, I think, might even play a role in the applicants envisioning how the city could be managed when they arrive, and what they might see as the potential that I don't know that most of us, and I think I have a pretty good handle on what your responsibilities are, but probably not a complete handle on it. I think it's, and then the further out we extend, people just truly don't appreciate the scope of work that one individual as a city manager is expected to do. And you have done a fantastic job in trying to juggle all of it. And I just don't see how it's possible that one person can truly do it all and do it all effectively and with excellence in government. And I'm not giving a reflection on how you've done it, but the sheer magnitude of what you have to respond to, in addition to supervising 7 department heads, department heads plus, individual.
Yeah, it's 8 department heads, and then communications manager and the executive assistant.
Your executive assistant.
Yeah.
I mean, that alone is enough for one person, or more than enough for one person, right? Plus all of the responsibilities that you have to respond to, plus, manage the council along the way and all the things that we ask of you. There's just an abundance of justification and abundance of good work that that position could fill for our city to help our city run better and to have a level of excellence that we could achieve with that. And so I don't see any downside to just the fact that we would designate that we have that position available. Again, we're not asking to fill it. We're not saying that it has to be even. If the new city manager comes in and says, I don't need it, I'll use administrative services, that's entirely their choice. So I'm supportive of it. I think we as a council can show the support for what the responsibilities are in your office at the end of the hall and wherever the deputy city manager's office might be. I think we acknowledge that by creating this position. And the funding exists. There's a little bit extra based on, the work out of class and those things, right? If you want to talk a little bit more about that cost comparative?
Well, really, what we were looking at is currently it would be the same salary range, but realistically, it just depends on their experience. So the guesstimate would be about $20,000 more, in my opinion.
Okay.
Which is included in the budget that's been presented to you.
Right. So we're, again, taking the salary from the administrative services position, and if that doesn't get filled, and as has been noted, we don't have the money for both anyway. So a new city manager couldn't come in and say, well, I'm going to fill both of them, because there's just not money to do that. So I think we're being responsible in acknowledging that there truly is enough for an executive of that level to help manage the city and to do it in a way that we can accomplish all that needs to be done. So, Mr. Mayor, those are my comments for now.
Thank you.
I just want to say, I'm all for it, but I think we should wait until the position gets filled.
So here we are having a discussion up here. So you listen. This is the first time you get to listen to everybody, right? Talk about it and give their reasons or ideas or whatever. And there's some very good reasoning, both sides, I believe, and a very good insight that we have as city council persons is how much time we take from you on a regular basis and how responsive you are to us so we can be responsive to those that we serve. And that's on top of what you just talked about. And I myself personally do not know how you did it, except to say, I taught school once and I know how I did it. I graded papers at home. I did everything at home when I wasn't getting paid. And I know you do the same thing. And so I know what that looks like. I've done it. So, yeah, replacing what you've given to the job might be different when we look for someone else and what they're able to give to the job, which is the hours that you've given off the clock. So I could see, especially since it doesn't change the amount of money at all. I mean, that's always my thing, right? Besides, you said maybe 20. You thought
Maybe. It just depends who you
depending
get.
on who comes in, how it looks, or whatever. And we're not, you hate to say the word abolishing, but we don't have to get rid of right away the administrative service. So if the person came in, we have this option, we have this option, they could choose the option, and then we could move on it whichever way it is, getting rid of the one in the code or adopting, or letting them move forward in the other direction.
That's correct. You'd have both options.
I could see that then.
Go ahead.
I just like, if we're going to vote on these, I'd like to vote on them individually.
I'm not
Yeah.
going to vote yet. We're still discussing. No, I mean, I'm asking maybe a naive question. What did we do in the meantime when we vacated because he retired the administrative services person? I see somebody back there who's interested.
So we do have a plan right now. So our human resources manager handles all of our human resources activities. So, we have ability with our policies for work out of class and things of that nature. So some of the employees can take on some additional duties in the meantime, but they'll be working hard, of course, juggling multiple things. And then, of course, our IT is primarily outsourced with VC3, and Ben does a wonderful job as our boots on the ground person here, and so he'll continue to do the great job that he does. He's pretty self-sufficient. And then you're all familiar with the airport, and Marissa does a great job with that, and so she'll most likely be reporting directly. I mean, right now she's reporting to me, so yeah.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is we have a plan that works now, and recognizing what we plan on the city is we plan on people moving. Case in point. We plan on people coming up through the ranks. We plan on people being able to enjoy the possibility of promotion. And we've done very well with that, and I think what this plan does is it allows somebody to have administrative experience that may not have been otherwise having administrative experience. So when they do apply for the city manager, for instance, or even somewhere else or some other position, they will have had experience that will be good, and that we will allow more people to enjoy an opportunity to serve in a little higher paying, more responsibility job. I mean, that's how I look at it. Any other comments? So we are then on 13, discussion and direction regarding and we've had that discussion with A.
So I'll move on to B,
Okay.
if you are good
All
with that. So right now, we're looking at the assistant fire chief position. So this would be responsible for assisting the deputy fire chief in the administration of the department's training, FEMA coordinator, health safety officer, special operations, firefighter health and safety, and community risk reduction programs. The assistant fire chief will develop policies and procedures for the department's training, special operations, and health and safety programs. The position will also lead the risk reduction program and manage the community public education programs in AED, CPR, first aid, and stop the bleed. This would replace the fire analyst position that's currently vacant. Essentially, this position would also provide an internal promotional opportunity for others in the fire department to move up into those chief positions. So right now, we don't have that mid-manager level position for people to move up into the deputy chief or chief position. That is missing right now. So this would be another way to have succession planning for grow your own people moving up over the years.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, concerns?
So let's talk about the analysis here of the cost.
Okay.
So we're talking about taking a fire analyst position and the costs associated with that, right? And in essence, eliminating the fire analyst position and taking that funding and applying it towards the assistant fire chief. And as I'm looking on this salmon colored bar down at the bottom, what we're taking from fire analysts and comparing it to assistant fire chief, there's going to be an increase in cost to the city, right? Okay, can you
Correct.
expound on that a little bit? And so the public safety PERS is higher in that than in the benefits under the fire analyst, right?
Correct. So yes, it is an increase in cost of about just over $71,000. that is for a fully burdened year of that position. So the thought is, you could look at filling that mid-year. You could also, we were planning on repurposing some funds in that budget to reduce the cost. So the fire department did recognize several areas where they could reduce funds. So we could accommodate this in their budget. But it's more of the idea of the position, if you would like to move forward on it, and then we can find a way to fit that within their budget.
To offset some of the costs in other creative ways. Thank you for that. Just a question, since it's on the, and so if somebody is in the actual line responsibilities, combat, we'll call it, they get a PERS contribution that is different than if it's an administrative non-combat position. Now, if they've served in a combat position, they carry that over with them. So the expectation is, if this is truly a succession planning position, that's going to be from people that are currently in combat positions, will move up through the supervisory ranks and have an opportunity to apply for and perhaps get promoted to that, and they'll maintain that PERS contribution, right?
Right. So ideally, the thought is a fire captain would be someone who would be promotable into this position, and then they could be able to keep going on. And they would already be in the police and fire PERS.
Right, which they would carry on with them. Okay. I think succession planning is something that as a small community, it's just naturally a difficulty, because we don't have the additional staff, and so it's a challenge, depending on the department. Some departments do have that opportunity and others don't, and we're seeing that in this proposal here, that fire runs really lean, exceptionally lean.
They do, and Chief Chester is doing a great job with coming up with creative ideas like this, and so I'm hopeful that this would provide that next step of planning for the fire department.
Yeah, and so again, we need to acknowledge that there's work that the fire analyst has done that will go towards what this position, it's not a new position per se, it's replacing one with additional roles and responsibilities. And it would be commensurate with those peers that they would interact with in the other departments within the valley. And then also have the opportunity for succession planning. And we've hired from the outside for years, and so our folks have not had the opportunity to have that professional development. While they can go to classes and receive certifications and develop themselves in those ways, they really don't have the chance to formally go into a position where they could develop for success and professional development and advancement. And now that's not the only reason we would do this, I don't believe, because we still are looking at the efficiencies and achieving prudent financial responsibility, right? But I think we're close enough in that I think there's a strong justification for this consideration for assistant fire chief. I'll finish my comments there.
I think one of the things I like about it is a lot of times we'll lose, let's just say, people who are coming into the program new for fire because they recognize that there's opportunity elsewhere or over the hill, or there's a little bit more available for them. Maybe we'd have the ability to retain a little bit longer with the hopes that they could progress to a level that, you know, if they're really motivated, could actually reach. Where here, they'd have to go outside of our current structure to be able to get. That's, I think, why the person we have taking care of it now can actually do it, right? Because they received that experience somewhere else, not here. So I myself like the idea of it. I like the idea of looking for ways, right, that we can gain a little bit. 71 sounds, I mean, but of course, that's a fully, a fully high-end prior everything, isn't it? That's the high end of it.
Yeah, and when you look at the difference between the regular PERS, the non-police and fire employees, that's at 33.5% contribution, and with public safety, it's 50%. So that's where you're seeing the real
The larger
hit in the
increase there.
benefits. Yeah.
Okay. I don't mind the idea of it. And if we could get down to the brass tack later, I mean, is that what we do later? And we look a little closer at it? Yeah.
I hope
But
there's some
the
head nods
idea of it,
behind me.
I'm looking for head nods. I'm looking for agreement. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? So while you're up there, let's go to C.
Yeah, so as you know, we have a new Parks and Recreation Director who was formerly the Parks and Recreation Manager. So after careful assessment and consideration of the department's needs and organizational goals, both myself and the Director of Parks and Rec believe that an analyst instead of a manager classification would better align with the needs of the department. Right now they are short-staffed without that person, but Director Callaway and I feel that an analyst position could cover the basic needs of what's left from that position being vacant. It will better utilize resources and streamline effectiveness of responsibilities. And it's also a strategic decision because the cost savings that we'll get offsets the aquatics manager position that's included in your budget for this next fiscal year. And with that position, the priority is to really show the community that not only are we operating our current pool in a perfect manner, we can operate a new pool that way as well.
Questions, concerns?
Well, I think continuing on the conversation of succession planning, so I think Ms. Callaway had a fantastic opportunity to be prepared in that fashion because of serving as that. So if we eliminate that position, how do we see succession planning occurring within the Parks and Rec Department? And can we, groom our folks internally for the opportunity for advancement, career advancement?
Right, so my vision for advancement in that department would be you have the analyst, perhaps you hire someone that has a little less experience and then they learn on the job, and then at one point you could bring that forward for an upgrade to a manager position or look at another position down the road. But right now, that's what would meet the needs of the department for now.
Okay. I think the money speaks for itself there. It looks like we would actually be saving a pretty fair amount of money by making that change, a prudent financial stewardship there. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Any other questions?
And I will say this is a repeal and replace resolution. So if you want to make modifications to the resolution, you can do that in your motion. But just make sure you get the repeal and replace piece.
So as far as moving on the resolution, because this is the class and compensation listing is one document, so that this had to be one resolution. It couldn't be voted on individually. So essentially what your motion would look like is if there are modifications, if you don't feel one of the positions is necessary, you would say move to approve resolution. Sorry, I'm on the wrong page here.
789.
789, thank you, Mayor. 789, with the, let's say, but we'd like to keep this position and not move forward with the other position. And so you would make that a part of your motion. If you're all in favor of all three, you would approve the motion as is. If, as a council member, if that's the motion, you're not in favor of all three, then you wouldn't vote. yay on that motion, you would vote nay if you were only in favor of one or two. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Any questions then about what we're doing? So on Resolution 7789, if we are voting to approve A, B, and C, for lack of a better way of saying it, in the entirety as suggested, that would be one motion, 1 second, and a vote. If that vote is unanimous or majority, it would pass with all three of those being approved. If it fails, then we would go back to and say we would vote individually on A, B, or C? Or can
No, whoever, if they say they wanted two of the positions, that person would say, well, I'd move to approve Resolution 7789 with these two positions, but not this position. If there's any issues, I can try to help clarify.
All right.
Mhm.
So we're come to a point where we need a motion.
Can I make a motion?
Sure.
I'd like to make a motion 7789 to approve B and C only.
And is there a second?
Second.
Seeing no second?
I'll second.
There is a second, moved and seconded to approve Resolution 7789 with B and C only.
So to clarify, that motion would be move to approve 7789 with the creation of the assistant fire chief and removal of the fire analyst position and the creation of the Parks and Rec analyst position with removal of the Parks and Rec manager position.
That is correct.
And having said what it means, is there discussion? Go ahead.
For a minute. Again, this is where I get into a little bit of the mud. I can see both. I feel it might be necessary to give the new person coming in the option. That's why I would be feeling that A would be important, just so they have the option, and then we would get to vote anyhow on it. Just saying that.
And can I say something? Sure. My thought is, once you create it, it's there. And so then it's like an add-on, unfortunately. So the new city manager may come in, instead of refocusing things, may want to add that on top of everything else. So I just feel like it's something that can come back. It's written, it's ready to go. It can come back in a heartbeat. And I think creating it is a possibility of adding on to our budget another $200,000 plus all the benefits. So that's my thought. I just think the new city manager needs to come in, show us how he's going to structure everything, and then we go along with adding a deputy city manager. I'm not saying it's not needed. I'm just saying we need to see what the new city manager has to say.
Okay.
Thank you for your clarification. The question that I have then after that is, if we did approve, say, A, could they come in and fill both positions?
So with the budget this year, we're actually planning to have a position count again. That hasn't been done in recent years. And it would have the number of FTEs. Yeah. And so that, and additionally, it won't be budgeted for us. So that's a couple $100,000 that would not exist. And that is hard to come by. You can find a little here and there, but nothing like that, especially in one department.
Stated another way, it would need to come back to council to hire both.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if I can make a comment for the floor. And that's, I think what we're seeing is we're not giving carte blanche to a new city manager to come in and run over this and just start throwing positions up there because they exist. I respect the comments that have been made, and I don't mean to demean them. But I do think that there's value in creating it. And I think the administrative services position in the way that it functioned was not traditional. And I think a deputy city manager is more in alignment with how we typically see city government formed. And again, I think it will, when a city manager candidate is looking, they're going to look at what's my workload, what personnel do I have to work with, what are the options and the vacancies, and how can I work within that structure. And I think it will matter. And again, we're not saying come fill everything that's named. It's here's what you can do. I guess what I'm doing is lobbying for that. But, you know, and even if it isn't approved in this, it doesn't take away our option to approve it later. So it's not like we're throwing the entire concept out. It just delays it down the road. So anyway,
So-
there's a motion on the floor in a second, so I'll
Am I
stop
able
my
to
comments.
change my second? No.
You could withdraw your second, or you could just vote however you want to vote when it comes up.
Okay.
Yeah, seconding doesn't offer your actual position on whether or not you're in favor or not, just allows the opportunity for discussion.
Just a point of clarification. You said when we vote on B and C, it is possible direction regarding assistant fire chief to replace. It's not written down here. I mean, it's down in the notes, right? We look at it or whatever. So then, in essence, if we vote for A and it says possible direction regarding deputy city manager, will it also be assumed to replace, and then that will put into action the replacement of that title?
So if you look on the actual pay plan in the packet, I did put a little star next to Administrative Services Director, and it says will not be filled after incumbent retires. Maybe that needs to change if you want them to have the option. But that was my thought process, because when it was written, Bryce was still here, so.
I just wanted clarification, because I know that you had said if we're voting, this is what we're voting to do, is to create this position, and then,
Yes, so the
Yeah,
what
but-
you're voting on is contained within the classic compensation listing, not necessarily just on this title. So on the classic and compensation listing, it shows what's changing. So if, for example, you prove the assistant fire chief, the fire department analyst is also struck. So that, and then the Parks and Rec manager is struck and the Parks and Rec analyst is there. So that's why in the motion, if any of those things were changing, you'd have to specify in the motion. But otherwise, if you're just approving the resolution as is, then it includes all those changes. Uh-huh.
I have a question. So, it was my understanding, and now I'm probably confused here, but B and C are going to move forward. If we approve them tonight, those positions will move forward because they're somehow budgeted for
Right, they could be filled tomorrow.
tomorrow. Okay. I thought, I heard something a little bit different there, so I wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Any other comments? I mean, where I'm coming from, I like the opportunity that we have to have options. And that's why I like A, because it opens up and it gives the person who's going to come in opportunities to think and justify and look and have options about what to do. So I personally like all three, A, B, and C. And so on the motion for B and C, I will be opposed to that because I would like to have A, B, and C on Resolution 7789. Having said that, is there any other discussion? We are voting to approve items B and C only. And if there's no other discussion, I will call for the vote. All those in favor of B and C only, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
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 So the motion has failed, and I am looking for a new motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 7789 and repealing and replacing Resolution 7637.
I'll second.
Any discussion on that?
I would just like to say that I absolutely think B and C are necessary, so I'm going to be forced to vote for it.
I will say, may I say, that nobody is forced to vote.
Yes, I am.
If someone, let's just pretend someone votes no on this motion, and they're the only person that votes no, we not only will still love them, but we will have passed it anyway.
And their previous comments would be reflected in the minutes.
Yes. So, any other discussion? So all those in favor of the motion to approve whichever one it was, 7789 in total, A, B, and C included, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, say nay. It is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we will take a break, and we will come back in about 12 and a half minutes.
Like 12 and a half minutes.
Yeah.
we could please take our seats, the meeting will begin shortly. Thank you.
Had a dessert.
My mom was so nice. It was always when they went out to dinner. Then she'd get us
A TV dinner.
TV dinner and always had cherries. Isn't that funny?
We're going to take a longer recess.
Is it rectified? No? This is not working with my vacation.
Did I say a 32-minute recess? You ready? City Council will come back to order. We're on number 14 on our agenda.
Hello. So this is the second time you're seeing the fiscal year 25 budget. So some changes that have happened since March 28th. We received our final ad valorem, which is the property tax revenue projections from the Nevada Department of Taxation. The general fund ad valorem was reduced to $2,006,622. And this is a reduction of $70,000 from fiscal year 24. The redevelopment fund ad valorem projection increased to $1.6 $1,633,120, which is about a $100,000 increase from our original budget. So the general fund budgeted revenues are just over $40 million. Consolidated tax is the largest portion at $15.2 million. Rents and royalties is the second at $13.7 million, which consists mostly of solar lease revenue. The fiscal year budgeted expenses are just over $47 million, which is 67% is salaries and benefits. Of those expenses, $4 million is transfers to the capital improvements, $635,000 is a transfer to risk management for our insurance, and $1.2 million is for contingency, which can only be spent with council's approval. The use of fund balance, not including transfers, one-time cost in the contingency, is $988,000. The fiscal year 25 budgeted ending fund balance is over $15 million, which is 38% of operations. The city requires a balance of 1 month or 8.33% fund balance, which would be $3.4 million, or 2 months would be $6.9 million. So the general fund is in good shape. Since we last met, the finance presented the utilities budget to the Utility Advisory Committee on April 3rd. The Utility Advisory Committee recommended keeping the electric cost of service at the current rate of 0.0624 per kilowatt hour. And they also recommended increasing the general fund interfund expense to $1,250,000 and not the $1.5 million that staff is recommending. Staff is still recommending this transfer to be $1.5 million, as it is still significantly lower than the services the general fund is providing to utilities, which is well over $2 million. So in fiscal year 25, there's 8 different position requests. This would bring the full-time equivalent from 216 employees to 224. This chart shows the Boulder City employee headcount from 2009 to 2025. And if you can see, in 2009, the employee headcount starts dipping down due to the economy. So no employees were let go, but as employees left and made vacancies, the positions weren't refilled. So it wasn't until 2019 till the employee headcount was the same as it was in 2009. In 2018, we began calculating headcount for part-time Percival's employees. So these are employees that work more than 19 hours a week, but are not full-time employees, but they do receive retirement benefits. So these employees are counted as 0.8 of a position. So we started doing that in 2018. And if you can see the large increases in 2019 and 2020, that would benefit all departments. There was additional firefighters, additional police officers, additional employees in public works that specialize in different trades, such as our mechanics and the HVAC and the plumbers, and someone specializing in plumbing. Also, finance had a few positions added, which benefited the city. One example would be back then, all our money was just sitting in a checking account, and we started using the LGIP with the pool, and just this year we earned $3.5 million in interest. So a lot of all these positions increased the services to Boulder City and just increased Boulder City overall. So starting with the requested positions in fiscal year 25, there's 3 firefighter positions that are requested. In fiscal year 25, they would have a cost of $177,000. The cost is partially being offset by savings in overtime and part-time employee salaries. These positions are proposed in an effort to assist with overtime costs, because currently there's 27 firefighters and 3 shifts, so there's 7 firefighters on each shift. If anyone calls out because of vacation or they're sick, another firefighter has to come in and work overtime. The cost of these positions in the second year would be $509,000, not including any overtime or temporary salary savings. There's also a request for 2 dispatchers that would have a cost of $80,000 in fiscal year 25. Neither of these positions are budgeted for the entire year. One position is budgeted for 3 months, and one position is budgeted for 6 months. The cost of these 2 positions in year 2 would be $231,000. We're also requesting an aquatics facility specialist. This, in the first year, the cost would be $65,000, as it would only be funded for half the year. The second year cost would be $133,000, And this position would assist with the daily management at the pool. We're also requesting a floating admin position, which would have a cost of $49,000 in the first year, as it would only be funded for half the year. This does not include potential temporary salary savings, and the second year costs would be $106,000. This position would assist City Hall with customer service and also a backlog of scanning. We're also requesting a lineman apprentice position. So this, in the first year, this would have the potential cost of $147,000, which includes the $109,000 for this position's salary and also the cost of the CDL and the school. This position would be funded from the Utilities Fund and assist with succession planning for the electric division. This position would take 4 years before they'd be able to be a lineman, and currently a few of our linemen are eligible for retirement in the next 10 years. So since we met in January for tentative approval over capital improvement, we've had a few changes. One is the police CAD RMS capital cost came down from $400,000 to $300,000, and we also received the operating costs, which are now included in the operating budget. The electric pole project, change in scope in fiscal year 25 and 26. The project name is now the electrical distribution upgrade. There's no change in the budget amount, but the scope is now includes feeders, fuse boxes, and other components of the city's electrical system, and it's not just focused only on poles. Also in Public Works, we added some equipment for a total cost of $173,000. One piece of equipment is a 6-post lift, which would, for $100,000, that would allow our mechanics to work on fire trucks. We're also requesting a vehicle for Public Works Inspector for $45,000, which was a position was vacant for a long time. And so those are the changes in the CIP. And so these are kind of high-level changes. And there is a PDF in the budget packet of the budget book, but I do recommend going to bcnv.org/FY25 budget book for the digital budget book. It's far more user-friendly, and you can get the information much easier. So kind of summing up the budget process. Here we are, April 23rd, meeting to discuss the budget once again. I've sent the tentative budget to the state on April 15th. Depending on what's discussed tonight, we could come back at the March 14th meeting to discuss any potential budget changes. And then the final budget, CIP, and the class and compensations will be approved at the May 28th council meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, comments? Go ahead.
When you train a lineman, do they, I didn't realize we were doing that. When we train a lineman, do they sign a commitment letter that they'll work for us so long?
There's a plan for a commitment letter. The whole program is not 100%, but yes, there would be a commitment.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, observations? Go ahead.
I just wonder if the various department representatives that we have requests intended on coming up and giving us further information, if the council members want that to occur, to elaborate. We have a couple memos that describe some of the reasonings, but if we wanted to hear further explanation, and Mr. Mayor, I want to remind you that I do have a disclosure for this item at the appropriate time.
Go ahead and disclose if you would like.
Thank you. I would like to disclose pursuant to NRS 281A that my son, Nigel Walton, is a fire captain for the Boulder City Fire Department, and this matter seeks direction regarding the fiscal year 25 general fund budget. All salaries and benefits have already been determined by a previously approved collective bargaining agreement, and I have previously abstained on the collective bargaining agreement vote, of which my son is a member. Those matters are not decision points before council today. There are 3 proposed positions for the fire department. I have, excuse me, I've reviewed this carefully with the city attorney to determine whether a conflict exists. And the city attorney has advised me that this is not a matter that would impact the judgment of a reasonable person in my position, and I may participate and provide direction on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have heard the presentation. Any other discussion or staff directive that we would like to do?
I look at the second year cost, just because they're significantly different, and they would be the ongoing cost, right, from that year forward with step changes and things happening. So that's 1 million almost, if we look at it. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, for those 8 positions. I guess with that being said, I surely would love to hear reasoning behind why we would add these 8 positions, and I really would like to have, if it's okay with the other council persons, just to hear a short synopsis to understand why you need these positions.
Would you like to hear this from me or from the directors?
Probably the directors themselves, if you don't mind.
Yeah, we can start with Julie, and I'll fill in as needed.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Julie Calloway, your Parks and Recreation Director. And I want to give you some more information about why we are requesting this position for our department. We are trying to take a proactive approach to our aquatics facility. We are hoping that we are going to be moving forward with a new facility in the near future, and wanted to make sure we have a strong foundation for that facility. So this position would be above the 2 current coordinators and assistant coordinator that are currently at the pool. One's a part-time position, one is a full-time position. So it would be somebody slightly above them to not only monitor the day-to-day operations and kind of see how those go, but also use that information in regards to the programming and opportunities that we will have with a new facility, so that we start on a strong foundation. It would also be the point of contact should we start the construction process soon. That position would also be the point of contact, so that the day-to-day operations of the current facility, while we're trying to keep that open as long as possible during construction, and it wouldn't bother the day-to-day operations, this new position would be able to be the point of contact that would actually be feet on the ground at the pool in any ways that they could help during the construction. So we're doing this as a proactive approach so that we have a strong foundation moving forward and success with the new aquatics facility. Any questions?
I think I heard you say it, but I'm going to ask again. This person would be at the pool.
Affirmative. This person would be housed at the pool.
Okay.
They're not locked in there all the time, but that's where their office would be.
They will be sleeping there. They will be eating there. This is their,
Yes.
Okay, so that will be their location. So people will be able to access them at the pool.
Correct.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Mayor?
Please.
So there's currently 2 coordinators, one full-time, one part-time, is that what you're saying?
A coordinator and assistant, correct.
And an assistant coordinator. And I don't want anybody to take this wrong, but if one of those positions gets vacated at some point in the future, would you foresee maintaining both of those in addition to this aquatics facility specialist, or would you let one of those go by the wayside and have that specialist kind of take on some of those roles?
I believe we would be maintaining the 2 full-time positions and 1 part-time position. With the new aquatics facility, I feel like that is going to be needed.
So primarily, you have said supervising, essentially, is their duties, right? As well as kind of helping to juggle construction and operations and how that will interface over the period of time.
And programming of the new facility, when it comes up, there'd be more facility certifications that would be required of this new position.
And that was my follow-up question, so thank you for leading into that. Will this individual have, equipment and facility operations certification as a requirement?
So yes, the ideal candidate would have an AFO, which is Aquatics Facility Operator certification at minimum.
And, excuse me, in this day and age of trying to find qualified individuals to recruit and to hire, are there many of those individuals out there, that we might be able to draw from, or how do you see that going?
I do think that there will be an adequate pool of candidates for this position, and sometimes when we have special certifications that are required, we may find ourselves finding the perfect candidate that has the experience, maybe doesn't have the specific certification, in which we can tailor their employment obligation, being that they get that certification within 6 months or 3 months or something along those lines, which we often do with the certified pool operator, because not everybody has that. However, we do currently have three staff at the pool that have CPOs, and this this position would also require a CPO.
Okay. Well, I like that we are thinking proactively. We want that facility to be operated in a way that that the citizens deserve, and that manner of excellence, and the programming. That's it's a substantial ongoing cost. Have you thought of any creative ways to try and offset that?
So we have. We actually just came back from a conference in Reno that it was very heavy aquatics. So just different fun ideas to get people in the pool, some of which we're going to start immediately. A free day, maybe we'll have inflatables one day, just to start already doing some new, fun, different things to get people excited about being in the pool.
So that funding stream and that image that we saw earlier will be higher and more substantial, right, to help offset the cost. So the question would be then, a lot of the times when we generate funds from different departments, it goes to the general fund. It doesn't necessarily go back into the operation of a particular facility or that department necessarily. Would that have to be arranged through our the creation of that fund? That operation and ongoing fund that we just created, so it goes back into there. But if we're talking personnel costs, that's a different fund, right?
So,
and Angela, I don't know, maybe you want to come up and weigh in on that, or Cynthia. Okay, arm wrestle over it.
As they described it, and as it was written in, is that the revenue generated from future business at the pool will go into the same fund that y'all voted on and created earlier. So all of those proceeds, revenues, will go right into that fund, which may still need to be possibly augmented by the general fund.
So I didn't read or catch in the discussion that special fund would help offset personnel costs.
Not immediately, but once the new pool was created, yes. It would be, all costs for the pool would be in that fund.
Including the personnel costs.
Yeah,
Great.
so operating and maintenance is the purpose, so it will operate as its own standalone fund eventually.
Starting to create a somewhat of a mini enterprise account there, so to speak. Not in the strict definition, right? But
and the nature of local government, we do provide some services that do not make money, and sometimes pools are one of those, but it is a public good and an asset to the community that is there for everyone to enjoy. So,
all right, that's all I had, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you. We really hope the addition of this position just sets us up for success.
Chief Chesser?
Good evening, Greg Chesser, your Deputy Fire Chief / Acting Fire Chief. So, we are asking for the 3 additional firefighters to be added to our full-time staff of 21 firefighters that are currently on the floor. So we have 21 firefighters that work 3 shifts. They're on 48, off 96. So I have 7 working every day. What we're looking to do is staff with 8, but still keep the minimum staffing at 7. So that way, this would potentially reduce some of the overtime costs that we have. Also, what we're looking at as well is we've tried to be creative over the last couple of years, as has been asked by the council, on trying to figure out ways to staff our department. Our reserve fleet is fleet. They're not vehicles, people. Our reserve personnel, we're down to 5. So that was another push to put a full-time. I mean, we were 2 years ago we were at 18. Now we're down to 5. Our last academy, 18, 19-week academy, we started with 8. We lost them all except for 1 to fire academies that are offering full-time employment over in the Hill. And we don't see that ending anytime soon. Right now, we've stopped doing fire academies because that's $30,000 to $40,000 that we're paying in our budget that we're getting no return on whatsoever. So just last week, I started a hybrid program. So we have a hybrid program back into play where we're looking for already qualified people to work on those reserves to hopefully offset and backfill our overtime as well. So far, I haven't got any inputs on those because if you're already fully qualified, you're probably working over there, over the Hill anyway. A key part of this is, and another avenue that we were looking at is, we have the National Fire Protection Association has a lot of standards. One of those standards is 1710, which drives how we staff and operate in a fire department. One of those lines in there refers to the fire engine, which we staff a fire engine and 2 rescues every day. Our fire engine has 3 people on it most of the time. The minimum requirement on an engine is 4. So that was another avenue of adding this 8th person to each shift, was doing the 4. A little bit of data that's in your packet that's probably worth noting. From January of 22 to December of 23, we had 134 shifts required coverage by a full-time member, overtime. 44 shifts required overtime coverage for 2 personnel to meet minimum staffing of 7. 90 shifts required overtime coverage for 1 person to meet minimum staffing requirements. And 92 of the 134 were mandatory overtime. Now you're talking about not even allowing a person to take off a day. So they're there for 48, just about ready to go home and see their family. Sorry, you need to stay there another 24. So this of staffing our people to our shifts to 8 people, but still maintaining the 7, if we will almost should most of the time eliminate. I can't eliminate the mandatory overtime, which when you're talking mandatory overtime and just 72 hours of work, period, you're talking your work, family, your work off-duty life. There's a fine balance there. We are greatly intruding on that balance between the work and family that we're seeing. Yeah, that was pretty much it. I think I hit everything.
Can I ask a question real quick, Mayor? So thank you for the data. Appreciate that a lot. So in your data, you say 60% of the time you should have 8 people there. So
yeah, and
roughly, right, I get it. There's an ebb and a flow, but averaged out over a period of time.
Yeah, by going to the 8, we should have a 60% staff To where, are you talking about the engine?
Well,
Or
just,
are you
no,
talking
just
about the-
eight people.
8 people in general?
Yeah,
If you
you'd
look
have
at the
8 on
numbers,
duty.
I mean, obviously, I can't foresee injuries. So I can't do, I can't
Yeah.
foresee how many people are going to be on FMLA, stuff like that. But if you look at the numbers and you look at those overtime numbers that we were crunching and putting together over the last couple of years, yeah, you can pretty much say 60%.
So you used historical data here, not
Pretty
just
much,
1 year.
yes.
And so that helps us average it out, have a better picture.
Correct.
But I have a question. So adding one additional person won't change a lot in the service delivery, generally stated, okay? We're on the same page on, the additional person and all that. But the question is, if you have the 8 on one day plus a reserve, would you consider running an additional rescue so that the citizens have a third rescue available to respond and to reduce, these overlapping calls where we don't have any rescue available to respond to our own community?
Right.
And depending on mutual aid with extended response times. I don't know if you've thought about that, but.
Oh no, I'm ready.
Hit it.
So, as you guys, every month we send you a monthly kind of breakdown of the month and also what we've done up to for the fiscal year. One of those things that I added over the last couple of months was those concurrent calls. And what I wanted to try to show, and I even put it on my social media stuff so the public can see or our citizens can see those concurrent calls. Our concurrent calls don't know why, they're increasing. And once you get more than 2, then our services quickly deplete. So to go back to your original point and your original question, yes. If our reserve staffing starts to go up again, and I've got 9 people, first of all, that'd be great. But the intent will be, I would rather reduce the engine to 3 and staff that third rescue. I mean, we will have, by July, we will have 4 quality rescues, with the other 2 that are currently being refurbished. To have 3 rescues in service, to provide immediate EMS. As we spoke yesterday, 80% of our calls deal with EMS. That's 80, I would say now more. We're in the 80, up to 85% of our calls. So being able to staff the third rescue would be a godsend. I mean, that would be huge. And even if we were at that point, we still have more hands for actual fire to do all of the tasks that are required that we expected the engine to do.
Yeah.
That we can't do now.
Thank you for that, because that, and look, I support all the things that you've said here, particularly, and I'll just kind of hit them one at a time, but, the NFPA, the National Fire Protection Standard, we know that a certain number of fire personnel are required to accomplish all the necessary tasks just to, initiate a fire attack, let alone to maintain
22.
a fire attack, right?
22. There's
which,
22 tasks an engine crew is expected to perform.
And so every additional person on scene makes a profound difference, and it's safer, and that's one of the bigger things. It's safer for the public, and it's safer for our personnel, our employees.
Correct.
And so, but if the trade-off is, hey, we lucked out by having both a reserve and an 8th person, so that we could provide an increased service for the majority of our calls being EMS. Wow, that's a great bonus that we could maximize out of this potential model that we're discussing tonight.
Correct.
I think that's a creative way to really look at what the needs could be, albeit reducing down to 3, which is less than ideal on an engine, but the other meeting the emergency now rather than wondering about the emergency later.
The services. Another thing regarding that as well is staffing the 4. A lot of our mandatory callbacks involve where we need a third rider on rescue. We're pulling that third rider comes from the third guy on the engine. Right. So now we're dropping down to 2 on an engine, which, so fire-wise, we're done. We can't, I mean, Wyoming Street was a perfect example of what occurred there, where we had 3 people on scene of two burning houses. There's nothing we can do.
Right.
This will eliminate that third, of doing a callback for a third rider.
Thank you. I think of the overtime breakdown that you've given us, one of the most significant things that we see is 92 or 68% were mandatory. And I don't know that most people understand what that means. You know, because of the reduced number of personnel that we have, the workload is increased. So our people get fatigued at a higher rate than working for an entity that has more people to spread the work across, right? And so we're looking at a higher level of fatigue and the potential for injury or errors in judgment from fatigue, and that, you know, overtime pay comes at a cost. You know, a lot of times we look at that like, oh, that's gravy, they're getting that overtime, but no, they're missing birthdays, holidays, a day to do the chores that they set off doing because they had to work 48 hours. And, you know, that family balance that you referred to, mandatory overtime just beats our people down badly.
It's not nice.
Yeah, and it's mandatory because nobody volunteered for it. Of all the people we had to choose from, nobody volunteered for it. So that says something right there. Let's see. So, yeah, I think those are the only questions and points I wanted to make there. But I do appreciate the fact that with the 8th person, you know, roughly 60% of the time we'll have the 8th person. And it won't just be backfilling an absence, but it'll actually be a benefit to the service that we're providing. So
it gets us closer to that 15 on a house fire is what it's doing.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, you said that we're losing them over the hill, and you see that does not, we always call it over the hill, but to the valley, you don't see that stopping anytime soon. Is there a shortage? Is that what you're indicating?
They're having, they're adding fire stations. Depends on where you're talking about. I mean, the county. Henderson's not so much, the majority of it is retirements. They've had they have a large staff. You know, all of those departments have a large staff. And it just so happens that over this last couple of years, they've had a high rate of retirements. And it's just a trickle. You know, as soon as you retire, you start promoting up, where you start having to fill those bottom. When they're running 40 to 80 person academies right now, every 20 weeks. And you do that times 4 of the major departments. We can't compete. I can't have somebody stay part-time, you know, when
they can go over there, be full-time, get full
and
benefits.
pay over there, so.
And if I looked at this correctly, it said 249,000 savings in overtime. Hypothetically, that would be year after year.
Yeah, so and it could be more. It's hard to, that was just I wasn't privy to that. I mean, that conversation as far as in this budget building for that. That was the previous chief of how to go there. I understand it, you know, of trying to reduce the overtime to fill the gap that we have, and reduce the reserve because it's just not there anymore, to help offset this as well, so.
Okay, thank you.
Boulder City being the mature community that it is, I think when you call the EMS, you want them there, and like you said, 85% of your call-outs are EMS, and you want somebody sharp and ready to go, and I really think that this would benefit the city and the community, and one of the things that the community looks forward to is having these services. So I think this is a no-brainer myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the chief? Thank you.
Thank you.
So next would be the dispatcher positions, and we've got Deputy Chief Johnson.
Good evening, Council. Aaron Johnson, your Deputy Chief of Police. Let me start by saying that I have profound support of Chief Chester's request for his 3 positions of firefighters. I've been here for 18 years. I've worked side by side with our fire department, and their ability is astounding on what they are able to do with their staffing that they have. But if you ever go to a structure fire, or if you ever go to multiple calls with them at any given time, their issue is not talent, their issue is not ability, their issue is staffing, and it always has been. When you see Henderson Fire Apparatus here every single time there's a structure fire, it is not because of their inability to function, it is their inability, it's the lack of staff. So I just wanted to start that, with my support of that. Dispatching, you've seen the Chief Shea's memo. Chief Shea drafted that memo for you. It's quite succinct. It's very complete for all 6 dispatchers that we're asking for. 2 dispatchers, I'm sorry. I wish we could have 6 dispatchers, 2 dispatchers. Angela shuddered there. I can feel it. The justification for this is simply ability. To give you a scenario of what is happening currently today, we have 8 dispatchers. We have 8 dispatcher positions. We have 8 dispatchers. It is phenomenal. One of those dispatchers is on long-term disability. She's on long-term illness right now. We do not have a projected time when she can come back. We saw her last week. She is doing well. She's doing better. But still, there is some hiccup in that. So now we're down to 7 dispatchers. Of those 7, 2 are in training. So legitimately, we have 5 full-time functioning solo dispatchers. That's 60% of what we have currently is functioning. Anytime we need to backfill those positions, it's done on overtime. And one of those positions has been vacant, and essentially a graveyard shift. She has worked by herself for a little bit over a year. So imagine working by yourself for a dispatcher when I'm asking her questions. The fire department is on 3 calls of their own. You're calling up on 911, and there's 1 person in there. And by the way, she needs to go to the bathroom. What does she do? She's by herself. She doesn't have options. And that's the way one of our dispatchers has functioned for almost over a year. So I'll entertain any questions you have on this one. It's not 10 dispatchers. I would love to say we're going to have 10 dispatchers on all the time, but it's just not a reality. We would be lucky having 10 with having 2 dispatchers on a shift at all times. And right now we have 5, like I said. They still get vacations to take. They still have sick time to do. They have children issues. They have family problems. They have things to do. They have things they want to do. And so now we're down to 4. So the potential is we are often down to 50% of our regular staffing, and the rest is covered by overtime.
I really appreciate Chief Shea's memo on that. And we have been shy of dispatchers for a long time. And let me throw it out there to our dispatchers. Hopefully, they can play this on YouTube over and over. We really love our dispatchers, and truly they're carrying a very heavy load. And it's not dispatching just from 8 to 5.
No, sir.
Right? It's 24/7, holidays and birthdays and everything in between. And we're asking a lot. And for a dispatcher to work alone, I've been in the dispatch center when they've been, juggling and using all hands and feet and ears and trying to get phones answered and units dispatched and answer on the radio back to our officers and firefighters that are asking questions, that need information. And some of that is during emergency situations. So it can't wait, right? Yeah, I wish that we could say, hey, we're a small town, we don't need a lot of people. But 20,000 or 90,000, there are a minimum number of things that have to be accomplished in a community. And we can't ignore that. And we have been very lean in dispatch for such a long time. And to be able to fill at least 2, and I agree with you, the request falls short of what would be ideal, but we do what we can, right? We're limited on time and money and resources, and so we do what we can, but I would love to see us be able to, get at least 2 more dispatch positions open and then try and fill them.
True.
Right? That's a tough position.
It's another struggle going on in the valley, is that
Sure.
just like any other occupation that we have in the public safety sector, is that there's just tons of vacancies. We just can't hire. It's almost as though the pool of adequate and competent candidates are not existent. We have to really revamp our recruitment efforts.
And this isn't necessarily in the request, but moving to a new facility will help ease a part of the burden that they carry, because they'll be a little more modern and a little more worker-friendly, but nevertheless, you still need people responding to the radios and to the calls and managing, the emergency operations. And heaven forbid we have something, significant that happens. There won't be enough dispatchers. We could call them all in and there wouldn't be enough dispatchers. So really, at least bringing it up to this level would be desirable.
It could be one event. It could be a power outage that we have, and that call center is 911, 911, 911, 911. And they don't get to assume that 911 call is about a power outage. They have to assume that this is a new 911 call.
Yeah.
So,
and we've put a lot on them in the process of accreditation to answer the calls within a certain amount of time,
yes.
to turn that over and get the units dispatched within a certain amount of time, and then they've got to manage the response back and forth on that. So there's truly a lot there. And,
yes, sir.
And we are increasing the demands on our dispatchers to achieve public safety excellence. And they are that first point of contact. Yeah, it's really significant. This is a big deal, big positions, yeah.
Sir.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions of the chief?
I agree with what Steve said.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Dalton.
All right, and then we can talk about the line worker position, which I can have Angela start and fill in any blanks there.
So the line worker position really has a lot to do with succession. It takes 3 to 5 years for an apprentice to become a lineman, so it has some planning involved. And we do have several linemen that could retire in the next 10 years, so it's planning for that. And then also, when we don't have enough linemen, we have to contract out, and these contractors with full benefits are over $118 an hour. So just having this apprentice the first year is cheaper than hiring out to have a contractor do the same work.
Any questions? Thank you.
I can chime in. When we heard from the utilities electrical division recently, in their negotiations and talking about the ability of where they're at in their careers, the years of service, I couldn't agree with you more. And the challenge it is to find quality linemen and those folks in the electrical department. We've had a position open for quite a long time, right? Didn't we have one and they tried to fill it, or did fill it, and then the person didn't work out, so it's vacant currently? Gary?
That's correct.
Yeah.
It is correct,
Right.
yes.
Yeah, sorry, Angela.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew that one or not, but, and that's just a function of finding a qualified person, right? And so to be able to get somebody on board here with that commitment to stay, so that when they get trained up and our folks start retiring, we at least have a qualified lineman, because we are the utility provider. And with being our utility provider, we have a lot of benefits. We get to control the costs of our utilities and the quality of our utilities. And that comes, the fact that we have to have staffing, and we need quality, capable linemen, and having an apprentice in-house. I think that's a new position that we're talking about funding, right? Creating
Yes.
a new position. So
Yes.
that's really a creative way, and I commend staff for coming up with the idea so that we can do that, because going out on the open market, it's hard to find qualified folks. And so to do this, to create a position where we can have somebody trained inside and they can understand our system as they're being trained, will be nothing but a benefit to our community.
Thank you.
Great, and then I will handle the office assistant floater position since Tammy's diligently taking minutes at this time. So the city currently has limited staffing to fill vacancies that are created by leaves of absence, vacations, or vacant positions that are posted and being recruited. So this lack of staff coverage results in an interruption of our essential services, decline in customer service, and elevated stress levels among the staff members that are picking up extra work. A common complaint is lack of phone customer support. Calling a department and not reaching a live person is not accomplishing our customer service excellence culture. So this floater, a floater is a person who has no definite place or position in the organization and serves as a substitute when a team member is away. It's ideally a person who has comprehensive knowledge of general operations of the organization, filling in for tasks assigned by management even under minimal supervision. So one of the main things that is a really big need that this person would be doing is digitizing physical records. So the Community Development Department has explored using a third-party temp agency to assist with that, and we have utilized temp agencies in the past to do this, but we have to go back on the digitizing and quality control, check every page before we can destroy that record. And right now, we have a 2 to 3 backlog in digitizing and doing the QA on 3,000 address files, 2,000 zoning files, and 500 subdivision files. Over the last 2 years, the Deputy City Clerk has quality checked more than 120,000 pages and made those available to the public. So again, this is not only increasing our transparency, where people are able to have these items at their fingertips if they want to look up whatever permit was pulled or things of that nature. But that amount of records has not made a dent in the entire project. Deferred scanning has also resulted in reduced productivity because then staff responding to public records requests has to go find the actual physical file in whatever box, in whatever room, and et cetera. So community development does estimate they have 122 boxes of files. One box takes about 10 hours to scan and another 10 hours to quality check. So that's about 2,440 project hours. The current cost for a temp worker is $25 an hour. So this estimated fiscal impact for community development alone on their files is $61,000. That would be a temp agency temporary line item that would be reduced. We are seeking a 40-hour per week position, so then this person could float around to the different departments.
I would just like to add something. So one of the challenges when you're scanning records and you're using a temporary agency is they're not here very long. So by the time we quality control what had been scanned in, sometimes you discover that a big portion of the box had never been scanned in. So then you basically have to start over. And this last time it fell on the deputy city clerk. So I believe having somebody on staff, they have more buy-in, so to speak, and they could go back then if something were missed and complete the project. In addition, I can speak with personal experience because I was a floater here at the city in the 90s, and it does allow you the opportunity to really get a good knowledge of every department and how it works and really sets you up for succession if you do then want to advance if there's an opening within the city.
So how long did it take to float to the clerk?
I started in 2 years, 93 to 95.
You were 17?
Yeah. And I worked in every single department in the city with the exception of Parks and Rec. They always had enough. But As a floater, also, if somebody does go out on FMLA, then it allows the floater can go and still be in that person's position so that there's not, so there's not interrupted services.
So this floater would be able to cross borders of departments, not just in the clerk.
Oh, no. It would be managed out of the clerk's office, but they would be available for every department. So that in the event somebody is absent or the position's vacant, it doesn't require the director to actually fill in for that position also.
So what is the salary, for instance, of a floater versus a temp agency?
I bet Angela has it at her fingertips. I was trying to pull up that page.
Is it on page 597? Is it 106K?
That's the full year cost of the position. And a temp, it averages $25 an hour.
Include benefits, correct?
The 106,000 for the first year does include benefits. That's full burden. I believe it's, I don't want to tell you the wrong number. Is it 20-ish, like, I believe it's $27 an hour, but I don't want to commit to that, and I don't have it in front of me.
So it's really a quality versus a quantity that we're looking at. Temporary would give us a unknown quality, and this would give us control.
Correct. And typically, when the temporary person is hired from the agency, they are hired just for that particular job that they've been announced for, where the floater would be available for any department to do any office assistant job.
Oh, could they be a dispatcher?
No, but as a floater, I did work in the police department to help with records.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Is there the assignment to do scanning of records that might be considered confidential? And so and so part two to that is there the ability to train up our own employee to handle records like that, rather than we would never give something like that to a temp person from an agency? Is that even a thing?
Well, if it's a confidential record, it wouldn't be scanned into the public portal.
Oh, okay, so these records that are being scanned are going into the portal where the public has access to.
Correct. And so what they would do, though, which is what takes so much time, especially scanning the older records, if you looked at the records back in the day, people would put Post-it notes and they'd put copies of checks. And so there is a lot of information in there now that is considered confidential to the person, but not confidential in the way you're saying. So they would go in and check all of these records to ensure that all of that confidential information is not scanned into the public portal.
And then,
Social Security numbers. I mean, back in the day, that was included in records, Social Security numbers, account numbers. So that confidential information, they would actually be removing so that it doesn't end up on the public portal.
Okay. Mayor made this point. I'll just make sure I understand it. We anticipate that there won't be the need to go back by other staff members and do the quality control. Once we get this person spooled up, we'll be able to turn them loose and they'll be as quality as
That's correct.
Anybody that would be doing the checking.
Yes.
In addition to then floating to fill vacancies in other departments to help fill the gaps there.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, thank you.
And I did just want to clarify, my Adobe keeps blanking out, but I got it to load. The actual cost, so we are budgeting for this to be a mid-year hire, so that would be $49,245 for this fiscal year. So for a whole year, it is $98,490, fully burdened with health insurance benefits, PERS.
Thank you. Questions? Next.
Just a small question.
Why does our packet say 106 and you say 98?
The city manager is doing the first year cost. The 106 would be the full burden in the second year.
With an increase. Yeah. So, yeah.
So can we have a better term than floater?
That is the actual technical term. It would be an office assistant floater.
Under the city clerk?
We could call her a mover, or him a mover.
Or office assistant extraordinaire.
Would it still be under the clerk's office? All right, thank you. Any other, we have anybody else?
So those are all of the 8 requested positions in the FY25 budget. I'm here for any other questions you may have or other questions about the budget in general. Angela would be happy to talk more if you'd like.
I'll just say thank you. You know, this is a lot of work, and Angela, how many years have you been with us now?
5.
5 years. You know, wow, there's a comment from from the audience. I didn't expect that. Anyway, you know, you've helped establish a good pattern here and a good routine and accountability. You've been a part of the transparency shift for us in that department. And although when you go through the numbers, you talk so fast, there's no way I could follow you with that. I can't even take notes that fast. But yeah, you know, and I know that, you know, you ask Angela to be up here as the mouthpiece for presenting some of these specifics, Cynthia, but thank you to our finance department for all the detailed budget work and for the excellence that we're achieving there, for the awards that we're being acknowledged for, and for the, you know, for the insights, for, you know, we talked about the investments earlier, and for managing those in such a good way. And, you know, when I noted that on one of the financial disclosure reports a couple meetings ago, I thought, man, that was a big return on our investments. And it's really having a big impact on our reserves and the ability to find financial stability in case of, you know, pandemic or whatever other disaster may occur out there that will affect our ability to have income. And to the city manager and the rest of the staff that's worked on that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions, concerns? We received a report. Does the city council want to have any direction given?
We don't need to make a motion, do we?
No, we've had a report. If we want to give direction, we can, but
I think they should move forward with what they presented. I didn't see anything that we need to make a change to, in my opinion.
sounds like a motion to accept.
Or give staff direction to go forward.
So it's
not action.
It's for possible action. So do we have any possible action any one of us want to do?
You could provide a motion to direct staff to move forward in the process and bring this back for final adoption in May.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Thank you. It's unanimous. Appreciate it. Thank you. Move to 15.
Good evening again. This item is matters pertaining to the appointment of an interim city manager. So this is a multi-part item. We'll have discussion and possible direction regarding the terms of employment for an interim city manager, discussion regarding potential appointment of Michael Mays as interim city manager, or provide direction for a different process. And then there is a resolution for adoption appointing an interim city manager. So as you know, I've announced my departure due to accepting a new position. My last day with the city is May 8th of this year. The city will need to launch a recruitment process for hiring a new city manager and next meeting, whoever your interim city manager is can bring some search firms to you to choose from, or whatever direction you provide at that time. Michael Mays did serve previously as interim city manager through 2020 through 2021, and during times that I was out of town or unavailable. The resolution included in this agenda item does formalize an appointment of an interim city manager from May 9th, 2024 until a new city manager begins his or her duties. And at that time in 2020, when Mr. Mays was interim city manager, his salary was set at the previous city manager's pay rate, which is currently just over $192,000. In the resolution that's before you this evening, it leaves his benefit package the same as other department heads. It's just the salary is temporarily increased. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have and assist in however you would like to move forward.
Any questions, comments?
I don't have a question as much as I wanted to make a statement. I think that Michael did a good job in the past, and I think that he is the most likely candidate. And by trying to go outside and finding somebody, they're not going to know the details, and we need to hire a lot of other people also. He understands those departments. And so I think Michael is really an outstanding fit, and he's done a good job in the past, and I encourage everybody to move forward with Michael.
Is that a motion to accept Michael Mays as the interim city manager?
I'll make a motion to accept Michael Mays.
I
And
will second.
The motion should be for approval of Resolution 7790.
I make a motion for approval 77, what?
90.
90.
seconded.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Well, I'm sorry. Is Michael willing to accept this?
Who cares?
He has no choice.
Who cares? Or other duties as assigned? Is that what we're going with here?
Michael has always told me his desire is to serve the community in whatever capacity is needed. And I will say, Michael has always been there. He is super organized and does such a fantastic job, and he cares about the city very much. And I know that it will be in good hands.
So maybe Michael could nod?
Mayor, members of the city council, I've always considered my role with the city as a public servant, and so I would be happy to serve you as the council, serve the employees of this great community, and the citizens of Boulder City.
And we have a motion on the floor. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that brings us to item number 16. And this one, Councilman Fox is going to lead this off.
For possible action, discuss and provide direction regarding a possible text amendment allowing off-highway vehicles to reach a private or public area that is open for use by off-highway vehicles as authorized in state law. So I'll leave it out here. We live in an outdoor recreation area. Boaters, off-roaders, motorcycles, and everything in between. There's many small towns like us that coexist with off-highway vehicles on the road with regular traffic. And I believe we could do the same with regulations and, laws that are already set in place that everyone has to follow. All we would really be doing is giving access to what people are already doing. Going from the desert, or from their house to the desert and to the gas station is all that's being requested from the community. I know there's some concerns about, asbestos and dust control. We'd actually be eliminating a big part of it, because instead of having a truck, a trailer, and an off-road vehicle, it would just be one off-road vehicle. So that part should be taken out of the equation. OHVs are safer than most cars and trucks. They have roll cages, 5-point harnesses, or at least seat belts. They're no louder than any car, truck, or motorcycle. And with certain stipulations in place, I think it'd be a really great idea for our town. And those stipulations I'm hoping to put in place would be they'd have to be registered, a licensed driver, passengers under 16 must wear helmets. The OHVs would have to be street legal with blinkers, horns, signals, just like a regular vehicle. And they would be held to the same standard as a normal vehicle. We already allow electric golf carts on the road, so I don't see any difference than OHVs being on the road, except for these are actually safe. So that's where I stand.
Thank you. Comments?
I'd like to ask a question, Mayor, if I could, and this is directed to our city attorney and city clerk. So, for possible action under the subject, discuss and provide direction and possible text amendment, and I want to know if our discussion is limited to what's stated here, allowing OHVs to reach a private or public area that is open for use by OHVs as authorized by state law. So we're talking about just allowing them to access. We're not, and so my question is, can the conversation expand to, well, driving on this road or that road, or parking, downtown, or, any other ancillary topics that might come up as we have this conversation?
Essentially, the way the item is written, the council can discuss the allowance of OHVs to utilize our city streets to reach a public or private area. There's really no limit there within the discussion item itself. However, Nevada state law does have very clear guidelines in which OHVs are authorized to be used by municipality. So jurisdictions can only authorize their city or county roadways in order to reach a trail system. And the OHV operators are limited to driving 2 miles, up to 2 miles on a city or county road to reach that trail. So it would not be legal for an OHV operator under state law to drive more than 2 miles on any city or county roadway.
Okay, so basically it's a wide open conversation. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't going to wander off someplace, so that if
yes,
we can,
the conversation is wide open. However, the state law does limit what the municipality we can do.
What
yes.
we can do. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure, because I don't want to wander off of the requirement there. Thank you for that answer. That's all I had for right now.
When this topic came up, one of the biggest complaints I heard was dust. So this proposal would eliminate a lot of that dust, where we could keep them on the roadway and get them out into the desert to travel. I personally like the idea that they can drive downtown and maybe park out here where we have all this parking all weekend long and nobody's there, and go to Tony's Pizza or the Coffee Cup or something like that and get some food and actually help the businesses in downtown. So I I'm in favor of doing this to keep the dust down, because that was the biggest complaint that I've got from people was the dust, and that would eliminate a lot of that. And I think it's like anything else. It's like we were boaters, and then along came jet skis, and everybody hated the jet skis. So, and now we're all used to the jet skis out there. So it's just, I think this is something new. When I was growing up, because we've always gone four-wheeling, and in this area here in Boulder City and the surrounding area, there are so many places to go and see that are where you can see petroglyphs and caverns and springs in the middle of the desert, and it's kind of amazing some of the sites that are out there. And we had a Jeep all the time, so it was easy to get off and on. But now with new technology and new things, I kind of like these two jet skis. I think it's new, and so people aren't used to it yet, and I think it's family orientated, and I think that's a good thing. And I think somebody brought that up, how they go out with the family, and I think it's another way of keeping that cohesiveness and that small town feeling, and having the tourism come and leave, and cutting the dust down would be #1 priority, I think. So that's what I have to say.
Any other comments? So I have, going back to prior life, I'll call it, we tried to look at crossing the street. And so our legislator said, well, you can't cross the street except at a corner, and the street was actually defined in legislation as the state highway. Turns out Fairway Drive is a state highway. So our residential streets sometimes are designated as, quote, a state highway. So I think we have a definitional issue that we have to deal with. We have to recognize, I'm intrigued by the going down. If we have a purpose of going to a service station, that purpose going to a service station sounds good, but it doesn't sound like it's going down the middle of Nevada Way. I think there's some looseness of what we're proposing, and I'm not sure that we are determining where the access points are. And if we talk to the police, which I've done before, trying to find somebody who isn't, quote unquote, living by what they should, once they're out where they should, or how they access where they shouldn't, nobody can catch them because they're out there doing their things. So I'm very uncomfortable with not defining where access points are, not defining, what the streets are that can lead to a gas station. I think it isn't ready yet. I mean, that's how my feeling is, and I hear different things. If you're under 16, you should wear a helmet. Personally, I think, some of them need helmets anywhere. To define them as safer than a other vehicle, I think that depending on the make and model is questionable. And so the very companies that make these are determined that they are not designed to be on quote unquote city streets as far as insurance purposes are concerned. So if they're not going to build a vehicle that's insurance worthy, then who takes the insurance liability if it's not the city itself? So those are some of the questions I have. Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, so they are insurance worthy. I think myself and most owners carry insurance on them, at least liability. As far as designating streets and things like that, that was something staff would look into if we were to move forward with this discussion. Because, yeah, I know state highways are prohibited, but you can cross over.
So, moving forward, if the council decided this is something that you want to look into further, staff would put together all of the research that we have on hand and present all of the different options that would work legally and for the community, to show you a map and show the areas that could be designated and what that might look like. But Councilmember Fox is right. Boulder City Parkway, you can't drive on that, but you could cross it. So there are many different factors there, but if the council's interested in hearing more, that's kind of your decision point tonight, and then staff would bring it back.
Great, thank you, because I have a couple, I mean, you can get pulled both ways. As a kid, I rode a motorcycle out in the desert with a helmet. For most of my time, I do own an OHV vehicle. I don't know if I have to disclose now because of that. But, we access just by taking it down and trailering right now. So, the other thing that I think about, thinking about both sides of this, if I can, is one that we had a vote, and people didn't want what was in that, which is different.
Yeah.
And so we're going to talk
This is
about
not the same.
we're going to talk about a fruit basket for a second, is what I say. So they didn't want the apple, but do they want the orange? That is the question. Okay, we're still talking about fruit here. So. Before I just say you have to have the orange, I guess I would want to have some of this information come back, and I'd want to present it because, yes, I think it's a great way to spend time as a family. I really do, and I agree. It gets harder and harder to get your kids at different ages together and participating. Our solution was the boat. And like you said, we all try to find solutions, and we do have a lot of desert, but I do agree with the mayor that we have to look at how we do this, and we have to be wise in how we do it, I think, and communicate so that it's not an angry issue in our community, as well as more of an informed issue. So here's the information we have. This is what the orange looks like, so that you understand that it's still good. It can still be good. Like the apple was good, but this could be good too. So let's take a look at what we have so that we can at least put it out there for people to look at. So yes, would I like to see this looked at a little bit further, in that we received information that clarified for us what that would look like, keeping in within the purview of Nevada state law, right? So we make sure that we check all those boxes, and looking at where these access points would be, because you have your 2 miles, you can't be on certain roads. Our gas stations all happen to run down one road in town, pretty close. 2 roads, but both of them inaccessible. So would that mean that everyone on Yucca or wherever it is would be having OHVs going so they could access? There's things to look at, I think, so that I always say when you create one solution, sometimes you create 2 problems. So rather than jumping into something really quickly, though I'm not saying that I don't like the idea of it, I would really like to get it looked at a little bit deeper so that we'd have information to present to people so that it's an informed decision and it's a transparent decision. We talk about that all the time. Let's be transparent fiscally. Well, let's also be transparent when you voted on something and you feel angry because you think we're just trying to do that same thing, but it's not the same thing. And if we can show, and there's an appetite for that, then I think that could be beneficial.
I want to say I agree so much about the apple and the orange, and I thought this was a meeting basically where we were going to discuss it and they would come back. And I agree, because we may not have roads that we can travel that would cut the dust down. So we'd have to really know where these roads are going to be, and are there going to be access points so that we can deter some of that. So I'm actually 100% agree with we need to have more information so that we can have a real conversation.
I think, right, Sherry has a lot of good points. We do need to, gather up more information. Again, right, this is not the same thing as what we voted on a few years ago, and we need to make sure everyone knows that.
I'll chime in if I can.
I was waiting for you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I agree. The ballot question, from my recollection, was so vague. I couldn't wrap my mind around what it was going to be, so I really felt no other option to avoid some type of result that would be undesirable. So just vote no, and so it was difficult with that last one, and I acknowledge that we had a vote and it was turned down. I think, from my personal experience and those in my circle, it was just I don't even get what the proposal is, and I have no idea how it's going to be framed. So I've got to vote no, so it doesn't turn into mosquitoes at a picnic, all over our city streets. But I'm not saying for or against, but I am saying I'd love to hear more, because then we can make the informed decision. So a handful of questions or ideas that come to my mind. I'm reasonably certain there are other communities within the state of Nevada that have allowed OHVs in some form. I'd love staff to do some research on that and bring it back to us, including how compliance with state law is met. I appreciate the mayor's comments on the insurance issue, because there's a lot of uninsured motorists or uninsurable vehicles that are out there that don't belong on the roads that are operated. So we want to make sure that whatever we do, we can cover all the state law requirements for a vehicle that operates on a public roadway. A lot that I heard from the public comments in favor was, all I want to do is to be able to get from my driveway to the desert and the gas station. And so for my 2 cents, that's all I'm really interested in hearing about. I don't want it to be bring everybody who has an OHV to our community and have them park at any given parking lot that they can access with their truck and their trailer, and then start buzzing around town. From my perspective, from hearing what people had to say, it's driveway to desert. And I'm more inclined to stick to that, at least for now, and gas station. And initially I'm like, just stay away from the gas stations, just go to the desert. However, that would mean I would rather see people trailering an OHV to the gas station to fill up their OHV than storing 4-5 gallon containers of gasoline in their garage.
Yeah.
That would be a problem. A bigger problem than having OHVs on the road. And so I can agree with getting to the gas station if we can do it within the constraints of state law.
Yeah, and I believe there's 3 gas stations
that are accessible. Well, so I'd love staff to kind of give us a similar, map to what we have here that would outline where they act and defined access points, not just any place you can get to the desert, but let's identify which ones are the ones we're talking about so that we can really decide on it and public can have input on it. And so I do agree with the gas station. I don't want to see people have to, just because they operate an OHV, start storing gasoline in their garage, because again, that's a bigger hazard, I think. I agree, as far as the dust goes, the OHVs are already there, whether they trailer it there or drive it there from their driveway. The dust is a thing. So if we're talking about eliminating dust, we have to talk about nothing going on in the desert. I don't think that's an option. And because of the statement of, or my perception, driveway to desert, I also don't want to see that we have tour operators come to town and start having groups of 8 OHVs, in a convoy busting from wherever their location is to wherever the access point is. I'd really like to frame it for our residents. Now, I don't know if that's legal or not. I'm seeing a little question. I don't know, Brittany, if you were giving me the, I don't know if we can, but anyway, that, as staff does the research, right, we can figure that out. Did you have a comment?
We can look into that and have answers to your questions. Absolutely, yeah.
And maybe this can expand, and one of the things I'd like to look at and have staff bring back is, can there be a limited time frame, a test run, if you will? Can we say, we'll dip our toe in the water for 6 months or 8 months, or, a season of use, whatever that typically is, and then revisit it. I don't know if that's an option, but, a comment on that from staff when we get presented with all this other info. Did you have something you wanted to say?
No, you can always enact a law and then repeal it if ultimately it doesn't work. I will say sometimes, though, if you set the expectation that something's allowed and then say it's not allowed, could be confusion.
Right.
But we can look into all that and provide you with those answers.
Okay.
On the, residents only, I mean, that would be really great. But like, if someone comes and visits and they're camping, or something, but they have a registered, they already have a street legal OHV, I think that would be okay. Just like if we were to go visit Havasu or Sedona and take, my off-road vehicle and it's street legal, it's still street legal there. As long as, right, but if they come and visit and they have no plates, no registration, no insurance, different story. But I don't think you can, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that we only allow, but that we, for my preference, I'd rather have the conversation around an ordinance or a text amendment that focuses on the benefit of what the residents are asking for. And if other visitors, happen to be able to fit within that, fine, but I don't want to write something that's wide open that isn't necessarily focusing on what our residents are asking for. Again, if we can't really write something for that, then the potential for it expanding beyond a reasonable amount exists, and then that might be a little more sketchy to really have serious conversation about. Those are just a handful of the things that I can come up with at this point for staff to come back with, so that we can maybe at least talk about a proposed language rather than just, do we want it, yes or no? I think that's just way too broad, way too broad. Thanks, Mayor.
So this is your baby. What do you want to do?
Can I make one more, just for the staff, basically? The dust issue is, just to think about, is mostly over by my house along the back where Bronco and all of those are, as they're heading out that way. Maybe that's what I'm talking, do you know what I'm talking about? What is that road called out there? Well, it's that goes out by the landfill. But anyways, that's where most of the dust complaints are coming from, is that as they're heading out to the desert, they get too close to Del Prado and the Horse Street properties. So maybe there would be a way of looking at, of skirting around that area.
Mayor, if I could add a couple more comments.
Sure.
If they're street legal, I'm guessing there's a minimum requirement for exhaust. And I think sometimes, no matter what type of vehicle you drive, if you have an exhaust that's loud, and a lot of, I've been sitting along Boulder City Parkway at outdoor restaurants, and folks show up with souped up cars or souped up motorcycles that are louder than most OHVs. And so, I think just some simple courtesy from people, not just the OHV operators, but people considering the noise that's created will go a long ways to, building goodwill and trying not to give our neighbors a reason to be uptight. You can't legislate that. I don't know that any text amendment would ever cover that, but You know, the noise thing, any weekend out on the highway, you know, you got the Harley folks that are riding into town, and those are louder than you know, my eardrums can handle at least. So I don't know. I mean, I agree, but any noise, you're going to have noise. And I don't know that we could legislate out noise. And OHVs aren't offenders per se. A lot of them maybe run a little bit better without, you know, these straight pipes or whatever, because they're designed with that exhaust that muffles down the sound. So I think there's options there. I don't want to discount the fact that people do comment on that, but you know, that's not something that we can control in any vehicles. Well, so anyway, there's a lot for staff to bring back for us to talk about, but I think, you know, framing it will give us a lot better opportunity to have productive discussion on it.
So if I was to make a motion, do you have enough information?
Just have to give direction.
Yes, if you make a motion for staff to research and bring this item back at a meeting in the future, that would be sufficient.
All right, I'll make a motion for staff to do the research and look into it with council's ideas.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any say no? Passes unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, we have item 17. This is the city manager's report, claims paid report for the period ending in March 31st, 2024. We don't have anything of note to share this evening, but I stand for any questions you may have. Hearing none, I'll move to item 18. This is the city manager's report, financial report. This is unaudited, also ending in the period of March 31st, 2024. I will note that in this installment, we have our third quarter financial health report included in there. So that's showing the revenues and expenses that have come in to that point in the year. And again, I will just say that our revenues come in at different times. They aren't always corresponding with the exact quarter, but we are on target. So I stand for any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none?
Okay.
Thank you. That brings us to public comment. Anybody who can call in, or is there anybody written?
I have written that I'll be reading, and then we have recorded written.
And then if they want to call in, they can call in.
Oh, you have comment? Public comment?
702-589-9629, and this public comment is designed to take up to 5 minutes, and it can be on any subject, doesn't have to be a matter of what has been on the agenda.
We have one public comment from somebody who won't be a resident here pretty soon. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Again, Taylor Tedder, your city manager, and I just wanted to thank you for all of your support that you've given me in my time here. I joined the city in 2021, and I have thoroughly enjoyed my time as city manager. It is a demanding job, but it is rewarding. We have done such wonderful projects, from building the dog park to countless surveys. We did the website redesign, the whole ARPA spend plan, and we've been able to do things that other cities have not and most likely will not be able to do, like the EV pilot program with the police cars and just all kinds of things that are really unique, different things that we've been able to do here and kind of be a trendsetter for the nation. From the accreditation of the fire department to the Triple Crown Award with the finance department, our employees are excellent and do a wonderful job, and they've helped me succeed. So I know that you'll get wonderful candidates for this position, but again, just wanted to say thank you and appreciate each and every one of you. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor, we have a public commenter on the phone.
Okay.
Thank you for holding. Go ahead. Are you there? Hello? Are you there? Oh, he just hung up.
So if somebody wants to call back, 702-589-9629, while we're waiting for the person to either call back or another person to call, anybody here is in chambers, welcome to come forward and give public comment.
Public comment?
Yes, I have public comment, please.
Go ahead.
Yes, good evening again. For the record, Fred Volz. Our community would be rightfully outraged if St. Jude's was to turn its child population out onto Highway 93 or put them to death because it was deemed too expensive or inconvenient to care for them. Yet this council had the opportunity to address the staggering problem of unwanted animals on March 26th, April 9th, and again tonight. But the urgency to protect the most vulnerable in our community has been ignored. We have seen the same indifference to the plight of our community's animal and human residents when the council failed to enact a mandatory leash law back in February of 2022, despite well-documented problems when dogs are off leashes in public spaces. 6-foot leashes and a prohibition against the use of retractable leashes still need to be part of that ordinance. The huge overpopulation problems caused by unwanted animals will only be exacerbated by allowing any animal breeding in Boulder City. There will be hard dollar costs for the dumped and unwanted animals accruing to the public treasury, as well as the misery and suffering of animals forced to live their lives in cages and serially reproducing until they can no longer do so and are thrown away or outright killed. Would we treat women in this manner? Animal breeders are primarily interested in making money, not doing right by the animals they exploit. The melding of the fancier and foster designations needs considerable clarity compared to what was in the last proposed ordinance. Good for Boulderites who wish to foster more than the 3 animals that are currently allowed. Not so good for their neighbors who may have to live with the consequences. How do we strike a happy median in an ordinance? For this and other reasons, the entire animal ordinance needs to be reviewed by a Citizens Advisory Committee. One of the requirements deserving an update is whether we need to license strictly indoor cats. Of course, responsible cat owners should never allow their cats to run loose, given coyotes and other perils they face, along with the nuisance they can pose to other residents and their pets. Until a Citizens Advisory Committee does its work, there should be a clear moratorium on any animal breeding in the city limits. Penalties for animal dumping need to be significantly increased as a deterrent to that activity. Boulder City needs mandatory microchipping of its dogs and cats to ensure that they can be reunited with their families and receive the necessary medical treatment if they're injured, hit by vehicles, or dumped. Mandatory spaying and neutering through a low-cost clinic arrangement would help our unwanted pet population to decrease. If this council has time to give out endless awards and plaques, it has time to protect the most vulnerable creatures who inhabit our city. Animals suffer in silence and have no voice to advocate for their own minimal needs. Let's see some action, not more delays and dithering, to accommodate a small fraction of the population who wish to act irresponsibly toward the rest of the community. When people own property, they have an inherent responsibility to care for it and use it wisely. One would be hard-pressed to claim breeders adding to the unwanted animal crisis are acting responsibly. Even though the police chief sponsored a community meeting in the distant past, nothing came of it in terms of addressing the problems unwanted, off-leash, and breeders of animals create. Perhaps another town hall with specific action steps is appropriate. And again, I would ask that these comments be added to the record verbatim. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone here in chambers like to come forward? Anybody wants to call in? 702-589-9629. No other written?
Oh, no, there's written.
Good.
And recorded.
Okay, go for it.
All right, the first comment was submitted by Mary Ralph. I do not wish to see breeding animals as a business allowed in Boulder City. I feel most of our lots do not allow for this type of business as humane to animals or to neighbors residing next door to such proposed businesses. I feel that this could become a public nuisance from noise of animals barking to odor of animal feces. I am against such an ordinance to be approved by you, our elected officials. I believe there should be a limitation to the number of animal licenses a household should have. Let's be realistic. Most of our properties are limited in size. Having more than the current allowed number of animals per household is also a humane issue to the animal, regardless of the intention of fostering the animal. If someone has the allowed number per household, not per person, it too can be an issue of animal cruelty along with noise, nuisance, and odor from accumulation of animal waste. Next comment was submitted by Bryn Delorme. Dear Mayor and members of City Council, thank you for addressing items of importance to our community. We are demonstrably a population who cares for its animals and are worried about the number of purebred pets being abandoned here and the shelter's capacity to continue to handle the influx. I am kindly asking that the City Council bring all of the following items to the next council meeting's agenda and act upon them. 1, enact an enforceable leash law ordinance by removing the words under verbal command. Enact a moratorium on breeders' permits in the ordinance. Introduce a fancier foster ordinance that is separate from the breeders' permit ordinance. Allow fancier foster permits of up to 8 pets. Enact an ordinance for mandatory microchipping and administer the service at the Boulder City Animal Shelter as the animal control budget is able to accommodate. Enforce mandatory spaying, neutering of pets. Additionally, I would like to request that the City Council do the following. Form a volunteer animal advisory commission which meets on a monthly basis. Hold a city-led town hall workshop series on animals in Boulder City to educate residents and to collect resident feedback. Thank you. Next comment was submitted by Amanda Farrar. To the Mayor and City Council of Boulder City, I'm reaching out because I'm quite concerned about the Boulder City Animal Shelter and the safety of pets as humans in our community. Please strongly consider the following. Enact an enforceable leash law ordinance by removing the words under verbal command. Enact a moratorium on breeders' permits in the ordinance. Separate the fancier foster ordinance from the breeders' permit ordinance. Allow fancier foster permits of up to 8 pets. Enact an ordinance for mandatory microchipping and administer the service at the Boulder City Animal Shelter as the animal control budget is able to accommodate. Enforce mandatory spaying, neutering of pets. Form a volunteer animal advisory commission. Hold a city-led town hall workshop series on animals in Boulder City to educate residents and to collect resident feedback. Next comment was submitted by Lonnie Munson. I do not feel it is morally or ethically okay to exploit animals so a few people can benefit financially off the defenseless animals. It seems that a couple of our council members are trying to impose what they want on the city as opposed to what their constituents want. Have they forgotten that they were elected by the people to represent them and not for their own selfish agendas? This needs to end. Next comment was submitted by Michael Delorme. Hi. For today's meeting, I support the Boulder City Animal Shelter and hope that they get funding for no kill. Thanks. And now we'll hear the recorded written public comments.
These are general comments from the public. First is Mary Ralph. Matters pertaining to Title VII, Police Regulations, Chapter 3, Animal Control. Consideration of Bill 2014, an ordinance of the City of Boulder City amending Title VII, Police Regulations, Chapter 3, Animal Control to create breeder's permit, pet fancier / foster permit, enact a civil process of enforcement and clarify provisions, and Title IV, Business Regulations, Chapter 1, Business Licenses, Section 22, License classifications and fees to create a breeder's permit business license classification. I am against this bill. I do not wish to see breeding animals as a business allowed in Boulder City. I feel most of our lots do not allow for this type of business as humane to animals or to neighbors residing next door to such proposed businesses. I feel that this could become a public nuisance from noise of animals barking to odor of animal feces. I am against such an ordinance to be approved by you, our elected officials. Regarding Resolution 7777, a resolution of the City of Boulder City repealing and replacing Resolution number 3011, revising the schedule of fees for Title VII, Police Regulations, Chapter 3, Animal Control, without limitation fees for animals, licenses, impound boarding, and the newly established breeder's permit and fancier's foster permit. I am against this resolution. I believe there should be a limitation to the number of animal license a household should have. Let's be realistic. Most of our properties are limited in size. Having more than the current allowed number of animals per household is also a humane issue to the animal regardless of the intention of fostering the animal. If someone has the allowed number per household, not per person, it too can be an issue of animal cruelty along with the noise nuisance and odor from accumulation of animal wastes. C, Resolution number 7778, a resolution of the City of Boulder City, Nevada, establishing a civil fine for Title VII, Police Regulations, Chapter 3, Animal Control violations. I agree there should be a civil fine schedule established for violations for Resolution 7778. The next comment is from Diana McKay. Members of the City Council, my name is Diana McKay, a pet owner and a 13-year resident of Boulder City. I wish to comment on Bill number 2014, Animal Ordinance Amendments, Title VII and Title IV, regarding animal breeders permitting and pet fancier fostering permits and the business license for animal breeders. I have several concerns about these amendments and appreciate your considering my comments regarding our community and our pets. Given the rise in homeless pets in the entire Clark County, a moratorium on pet breeding would be advisable. The euthanasia of overcrowded shelter animals seems imminent. Therefore, allowing breeding for profit, barter, or service swapping is unconscionable. Neutering of all Boulder City pets is also advisable. Any wording in ordinances which lump together fanciers with fostering permits is unnecessarily confusing and misleading. Fanciers are not fostering pets to reduce overcrowding in our shelters. They are often breeding without a license or hoarding pets that will end up in our shelter. Fostering pets should be a separate item in the ordinance and separately regulated, since fancying breed might result in overcrowding in our shelters in the event of the fancier's inability to care for the numbers of pets, a fancier's death, or disillusionment. Allowing fanciers to exceed pet ownership limits makes it difficult to identify a breeder residence and enforce breeding regulations. We are a senior community. Our pet owners often face health issues, causing them to be incapable of managing multiple pets and inadvertently contributing to nuisance issues, surrendering pets. There are many unintentional consequences of pet breeding. When I resided in Cottonwood, Utah, a suburb of Salt Lake City, a pet breeder chose to breed snakes, which required him to fancy breed mice and rats, which quickly exceeded the maximum allowable pet mice and rats, read snake food. No one was counting what he had in his basement, and it wasn't observable as it is with dogs. You can imagine the result. Pet breeding for profit is unenforceable, unconscionable, unobservable, and unnecessary. Fancying a breed leads to hoarding. I once had 3 dogs due to a death in the family and found it impossible to walk them with leashes tangling as I stooped to pick up their waste. 3 pets is obviously sufficient. Thank you for your attention and your service to our community. The next comment is from Jack Rotoli. I wish to address the council regarding the issue of allowing dog breeding in Boulder City. I am vehemently opposed to allowing dog breeding for the following reasons, and I pray that common sense will prevail. Dog breeding often prioritizes appearance over health, leading to the propagation of genetic disorders and hereditary diseases. Many purebred dogs suffer from conditions such as hip dysplasia, heart disease, and respiratory issues due to irresponsible breeding practices. By perpetuating these genetic flaws, breeders compromise the overall well-being of future generations of dogs. The overbreeding of dogs contributes to a surplus of animals, overwhelming animal shelters and rescue organizations. Countless dogs are abandoned or surrendered each year due to overbreeding, resulting in overcrowded facilities and limited resources to care for them. Consequently, many healthy and adoptable dogs are euthanized due to a lack of space or resources, perpetuating a cycle of suffering and loss. Rather than perpetuating the cycle of breeding, I advocate for the adoption of dogs from shelters and rescue organizations. Countless loving and deserving animals await forever homes in these facilities, offering companionship and loyalty to those willing to open their hearts and homes. By prioritizing adoption over breeding, we can alleviate the burden on shelters, reduce euthanasia rates, and provide loving homes for dogs in need. I implore the council to do what's right. The word is obviously out that Boulder City is an excellent dumping ground for unwanted pets. The Boulder City Animal Shelter is at capacity. Breeding will only exacerbate the situation. Thank you for your time. Next is from Ainsworth Hunt. At the last city council meeting, there was an outpouring of negativity towards breeder licensing and support for common sense regulations that would improve the health, safety, and quality of life for Boulder City residents and their four-legged fur friends. The agenda item from the last meeting was tabled and was not reintroduced for consideration at this meeting. That omission has not gone unnoticed and begs the question why it was left out. It must be obvious that many Boulder City residents are animal lovers. Having adopted a wonderful dog from the animal shelter, we can't emphasize strongly enough how important the animal shelter is to the entire community. I asked City Council to enact an enforceable leash ordinance by removing the words under verbal command. In addition, the leash law should require that leashes be no longer than 6 feet in length. The purpose of a leash is to keep an animal under control. Long, retractable leashes provide no control over a dog. Enact a moratorium on breeders' permits in the ordinance. There are already too many dogs in rescues and shelters that are overwhelmed by need. There's no excuse for adding to an existing crisis. Separate the fancier foster ordinance from the breeder's permit ordinance. There's no reason to intertwine these regulations. They serve very different purposes. Provide for fancier foster permits of up to 8 pets. Enact an ordinance for mandatory microchipping and administer this service at the BC Animal Shelter as animal control budget is able to accommodate. Enforce mandatory spaying, neutering of pets. Because of changes in pet food, animals are becoming fertile at very young ages. Develop a volunteer animal advisory commission. Sponsor a city-led town hall/workshop series on animals in Boulder City to educate residents and collect their feedback. Thank you. The next is from Lisa Caravella. My comment is in support of previous letters pertaining to all animal requests for the betterment of the animal shelter and community. I want to add one request, and that would be dog booties be required for protection when temperatures are 90 degrees plus. People walk in the heat and don't protect their dog's paws. And the emphasis is don't leave your animal in the car. Second comment is a ditto of the previous one. In regards to the cleanup, landscape, repair, and presentation of the business on Main Street when coming into our city. Please have them clean up, etc. It's the part of Boulder City that represents. Thank you for your hard work and dedication. Next comment is from Austin Gold. Hello, I'm concerned by a comment made by another Boulder City resident on the Nextdoor app where she refers to a meeting of 50 other people at a local bar and makes several calls to action about animal shelter or animal control. All of her points were reasonable except for her request for a volunteer animal advisory commission. The idea of unelected officials and non-government employees trying to sway local government, given mock authority by the government on the topic of animal control or our animal shelter, may lead to unrest in our peaceful community. I say this because I've seen the Nextdoor forum used to harass neighbors about their pets and or post other grievances. Many of these posts were unfounded and left me wondering about the motives of the comments' author. In them, the author and commenters seem to be rallying their bandwagons and forming an online posse to attack their neighbors. These interactions online make me worry and ultimately lead to distrust in our community. I worry that if the same people that I've seen online are given support by our government, it will lead to worse outcomes. People are allowed to speak their minds and say what they want within the limits of free speech. Therefore, a volunteer committee of non-government employees seems unnecessary, especially since they organize already online and at local establishments. Thank you. Next comment from Julie Werner. Honorable Mayor and City Council, I am one of many Boulder City residents who loves animals. My love of animals has been lifelong. All of the dogs that I have shared my life with were adopted from shelters. I can't overemphasize how important the animal shelter is to the entire community. City Council should enact a leash law by removing the words under verbal command from the current ordinance. The leash law should require leashes be no longer than 6 feet. Short leashes keep animals under control. Retractable leashes are as useful as a screen door on a submarine. Put a moratorium on breeders' permits. Rescues and shelters are overwhelmed and underfunded. Enact a fancier foster ordinance completely separate from the breeders' permit ordinance. Enact a fancier foster permit that allows up to 8 pets. Enact mandatory microchipping. Provide funding to the animal shelter to provide this service to pet owners in need. Enforce mandatory spaying, neutering of pets. Recommend a volunteer animal advisory commission. Sponsor city-led town hall/workshops on animals in Boulder City to educate residents. Thank you.
There's no one on the phone line.
All right, thank you. We will close public comment, seeing no one else coming forward. Go to City Council's report. Start there, please.
Well, my adopted Miss Lola is all excited because she gets to go to Bark in the Park. May 4th at 11 o'clock. We have a little dog show, and it's for the family dog, and you bring your dog down, and you get to parade them around, and they may win a first, second, or third, and it's very exciting. So hope to see everybody there, and Miss Lola is looking forward to it, and looking forward to seeing all of you. Thank you.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Little over 4 hours will do this to you. But I just want to personally thank Taylor and wish him luck in his new position. We came in together pretty much. Hopefully grew up together just a little bit. He's graduating. Hopefully I'm not. So I'm just grateful for the dedication that he gave the city while he was here. I'm thankful for the way that he's treated us as a council when we've had questions, or when, a lot of times I don't think residents will realize this, but when you ask us questions and we are unsure of the answer, we ask the staff, and many times the staff's name was Taylor Tedder. And if he did not instantly have the answer, he knew where to find it. And I'm grateful for that because it saved me many, many man hours. I'm not sure if he said this to you guys, but he did let me know I was his favorite, and I think I can say that now. So good luck.
We can all see why he said that. As far as the committees that I sit on, I don't have any additional reports from the Water Authority nor the Convention and Visitors Authority. But I would like to express appreciation to, and we happen to receive the presentation from them today, from the Main Street Boulder City folks, and particularly the community volunteer event that was held on Saturday. So many things about our community are unique and great, and the volunteerism here in Boulder City and the community involvement in all the various ways, not just this one, but in so many, are really what helped define us as one of the best communities around. And so the folks that came that had tables on things that they're doing that are for the community good and ways that people can volunteer, and to have that come all together, put on by our Main Street Boulder City folks, was really a good kind of clearinghouse. And I would love to see that it grows over the years in exposure and attendance. There's a lot of people doing a lot of good things, and there were some good things notified there, or advertised there, if you will. And we have our events coming up now. We're coming up to Spring Jam, and again, as the mayor mentioned, we have people know us for these events, and I encourage our citizens to participate in that, to go out and enjoy the community that we and all the good things that go on there. And then again, Taylor, you kind of helped break me into this role here, so thank you for that. So we had a role reversal, right? The young and the old kind of, the young helping the old guy come along. So thank you for that. And you mentioned a handful of things that the community's been able to do over the course of your tenure. I would like to specifically say you've helped a lot in reassessing our culture of excellence and an outreach to the community. I don't know that there's ever been as much community outreach as we've had with you as our city manager, and to help facilitate that, and the responsiveness to the community, and to help be more accessible here in City Hall, and to do our best to be an ally here at City Hall to everybody that comes in, rather than an adversary that I think people have mentioned over the years, and one person saying that is too many, and you've really helped make inroads there with your staff. Thank you for that. And as was mentioned earlier, you have done more with the hours in the day as a city manager than I could imagine possible. And we're glad you've had the energy to do so. And as Council Member Jorgensen said, you always answered the phone and you always had answers, but it wasn't only during work hours. I, for one, can say that I've called you more than a few times outside of work hours, and you've always been responsive to council and help us get answers, and our responsiveness to the community has been a direct result of your responsiveness back to us. So thank you for that. And the friendship, you always have friends here in Boulder City. I hope you know that. We appreciate that. And it's a process to get for city managers. You know, this didn't just happen overnight. You know, you've, for a variety of reasons, looked around. And so we appreciate the fact that, you know, you found a place that you're comfortable going. And we wish you and your bride and your four-legged friends the best of success where you go, you know, on in your professional career and personally as well. So thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. I love this council. I think we are unique, each one of us, and we have different viewpoints. And sometimes we vote differently and we still like each other. But I love this council. In fact, when I was first elected, I realized what a blessing we've had. And I had a little thing that's framed on a paper towel in my office that says, "Retain my people." I didn't do very well with that this last month. So it's actually my fault Taylor's leaving, because they called me up from someplace in Delaware, some beach, and they said, "What do you think?" I said, "Well, he's the best city manager that I've seen, and, you know, I've been around the block. So you can blame me." Taylor, thank you for being who you are. I will say that, you know, hearing all this, that Taylor is not perfect. I actually saw him nodding off in a meeting once. So he does get rest, but I think he's able to keep his eyes open when he does it.
A lot of coffee.
But thank you. Personally, appreciate what you've done and what you've meant for us. Thank you. And with that, meeting's adjourned. Thank you all.